Okay, welcome everybody. Happy New Year. I'd like to call this meeting of the Oregon Board of Forestry to order. First, perform the roll call. Mike Rose is absent. He's unable to be here today. Cindy Deacon Williams. Here. Nils Christofferson. Here. Joe Justice. Here. Jim Kelly. Here. Brenda McComb. Here. I'm Tom Imison. I'm here, so we have a quorum. A few housekeeping things. As a reminder, this public meeting will be live streamed all day. So as usual, it would be helpful for people to silence their electronic devices for the duration of the meeting. Also, pursuant to ORS 192-6602H and I, the board will meet in 2 closed executive sessions today, one starting at noon and another at 4 o'clock. The purpose of the noon session will be to confer with legal counsel regarding the board's rights and duties related to current litigation or litigation likely to be filed. We will reconvene the meeting after the working lunch executive session is done at 1 o'clock. The 4 p.m. session is set for the board to discuss the state forester's annual performance. And upon conclusion of this executive session, the meeting will be adjourned. So we won't be coming back here after that meeting. Representatives of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend the executive session. All other members of the public are not allowed to join. In order to ensure that the board has the opportunity to conduct all of the business on its agenda for its meetings, public comment for agenda items will be limited to no more than 30 minutes and received upon conclusion of the topic's presentation. As usual, a sign-up sheet is available for public comment on a first-come, first-served basis. So we'll now proceed with the consent agenda. Is there a motion for approval of consent items A through D?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And we will now turn to the state forester for his comments.
Thanks, Tom. Good morning. Happy New Year, everyone. As I look back on 2019, I will say that it's been an interesting year. But what I really want to talk about is I remain impressed by my employees' continued dedication to public service in the face of increasing challenges on many fronts. We did have a relatively easy fire season. Estimated gross large fire costs for the 2019 fire season were $33 million with net cost of $16 million. And it reflects the increased severity in our fire seasons when I'm saying 4 times a previous decade's gross fire cost is an easy season. A decade ago, our hair would be on fire for last year's fire season. I would like to thank the entire agency and the associations who, with the help of the landowners, cooperators, partners, responded to yet another fire season and helped make it a successful fire season last year. So thanks to all of them. In addition to our core business in managing fires, State Forest made significant progress on the HCP and FMP. Our federal forest restoration program continued progress across Oregon. Private forest worked on multiple policy topics. In partnership and planning program made significant progress on climate change. And the administrative division continues to support agency operations while fully implementing Oregon Buys, our new procurement system. And these are just a few of the highlights beyond core business. Some other highlights included the governor's executive order on the Wildfire Council occurred on January 30th of 2019, created the Wildfire Council. In particular, I'll call out Travis Medema, Chad Davis, and Niels for the work that they did in helping produce the final report, which is a very comprehensive look at all aspects of response to wildfire following the cohesive wildfire strategy. We strengthened our IMT system and implemented a new governance system for it to make sure that we're prepared for increased severity. We've nearly completed our state forest reorganization. We've stood down the committee that was responsible for monitoring that, and we're moving into the implementation phase. We signed a shared stewardship agreement with the USDA and Secretary of Agriculture and the Forest Service on August 13th. We produced the first comprehensive report on carbon stocks and flux in Oregon's forested ecosystems and signed the Pacific Coast Temperate Forest MOU on cooperation on climate research and mitigation. So just a few highlights, but also this year our agency is facing potentially the largest financial, political, and social challenges of our history, with a lot of negative press, I think exceeding 11 or 12 stories about our performance. And I just want to thank all of our employees. It's been a very challenging year for our employees. Thank all of them for striving to meet the challenges of providing excellent public service. I cannot say enough about what they do. Moving on to forestry finance. In December, the Forestry Financial Oversight Team met with the team from Marcia, Ginny, and O'Connell, or MGO, who will be helping us with our fire finances. MGO has a decade of experience providing financial accounting and consulting services to state and local governments, and we look forward to receiving their assessments and recommendations for improvement. We met with them before the Salem leadership met with them before the end of the year, and starting this week, they'll be visiting all of our districts to conduct their initial assessment of our fire finance processes, and they'll be using that information they gather during the next couple of weeks to develop their work plan over the next several months. And I will be providing regular status updates on what they're finding and their progress to the board, both by email and at regularly scheduled meetings. In terms of our current financial situation, department has only 28% of its general fund appropriation for the biennium remaining, so 21 million. Therefore, while our department's cash balance, cash account balance has been increasing slightly, available resources for the 2020 fire season will be well below average cost to fund firefighting efforts. Where we're at by April will be probably impossible to maintain performance of the department's non-fire core functions. So while MGO will help us build a more effective fire finance system, there's also work happening to get funding in place to sustain the department over the next fire season. We're working with Department of Administrative Service Chief Financial Office on details of a funding ask for the 2020 session to ensure we have enough cash on hand for this year's fire season so we can focus on what we do best. We expect that request will exceed $100 million of general fund. We'll also continue to work with our partners on identifying a long-term wildfire funding strategy that works for the longer, larger, costlier fire seasons we're facing in Oregon. Next week, interim legislative days begin, which will give us a preview of policy and funding topics to come in the February legislative session. I will be personally meeting with the co-chairs of the Joint Ways and Means Subcommittee on Natural Resources, the tri-chairs of the full Ways and Means, as well as the Speaker of the House and the Senate President, to keep them apprised of our business, our financial condition, and our standard funding request, as well as the additional funding requests to remain solvent for the biennium. The governor's priorities for the legislative session are water, fire, and climate. And so I think we'll see some previews of that. In the Senate Interim Committee on Wildfire and Prevention and Recovery, we'll be watching the initial discussions of legislative concepts coming out of the Wildfire Council. We've seen, we know of 4 legislative concepts. One's the Wildfire Workforce Foundation, creation of a wildfire workforce that receives private and public funds to support youth workforce development in areas of forest restoration and wildfire risk reduction. There's also a legislative concept for the Oregon Department of Forestry modernization. I think that's a capacity bill, but we have not seen a copy of that. There's a legislative concept on integrated demonstration projects, which requires the state forestry department to establish demonstration projects for reducing wildfire risk on forest and rangelands. And then there's the governor's wildfire bill. The intention of the governor is to release an omnibus bill that tracks closely to the Wildfire Council recommendations. This big picture bill addresses health, land use, defensible space, building codes, emergency service, mitigation, and fire suppression. So the full range of recommendations that came from the council. In the Senate Interim Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, we'll be watching the Oregon Greenhouse Gas Initiative, Legislative Concept 19. It has not been posted yet, yet there have been a few earlier drafts based on last year's House Bill 2020 with some modifications. Today we have a busy day, and I just want to remind you that this is sort of the penultimate stage of the board strategic planning for the next biennium. You will be reviewing ideas and prioritizing your work for the next 2 years. And so this is a really important time for the board to set the direction of what they want to work on and work plan. And that's what really sets our agendas for the next 2 years. And so I think really being thoughtful, and we had a lot of ideas that came out at the October retreat, and we now need to sort of prioritize, the board needs to prioritize and identify what they want to work on. At the last board meeting, I got direction to move forward with the review on the past compliance audit. And it should be out today. I've issued a contract with Dr. Groom of Groom Analytics to write up the sampling protocol. It was never formally written up, and review everything that's been submitted and concerns about that, both from the board and stakeholders, and essentially build an RFP for requesting an external review through our contracting process. I try to end these on happy notes, and so I'm going to do that once again. And I'm going to talk about a couple of the voluntary agreements that we have in work. There's the 2011 Forestry Program for Oregon strives to conserve diverse native plant and animal populations and protect and improve their habitats. That's your goal E. The Forestry Program for Oregon supports an effective science-based and adaptive forest practice act as a cornerstone of forest resource protection on private lands, and it promotes and encourages a variety of non-regulatory tools such as landowner recognitions, incentives, easement exchanges, and technical assistance to achieve public policy goals. And one of these tools is a stewardship agreement, and another one is our legacy program. And so we have some pretty good news. Stewardship agreements are different than shared stewardship. But if I say shared stewardship, please excuse me. In 1997, the Oregon legislature created stewardship agreements under ORS 527-662 to implement more efficient provisions of the Oregon Forest Practice Act and serve as an incentive for forest landowners to further enhance and restore forest resources. Stewardship agreements are a long-standing methods for landowners to gain assurances of regulatory stability in exchange for voluntarily agreeing to exceed existing forest resource protections under the Forest Practice Act rules. About 13 such agreements are in place in Oregon. And Port Blakely is volunteering to enter a stewardship agreement to fulfill two purposes: to ensure long-term regulatory certainty and therefore economic stability for Port Blakely's customers, employees, and family owners, and to demonstrate Port Blakely's commitment to sound forest stewardship by protecting and enhancing fish and wildlife habitat as the company manages its forest land. The proposed stewardship agreement contains forest management and conservation measures that provide enhanced protection for fish-bearing streams and other aquatic features. The measure also aims to create and sustain a mosaic of diverse habitat to meet many of the habitat requirements of land-based species over their life cycles. It's about a 30,000 acre, it's our largest stewardship agreement to date, and it's in public review now. The other one, Forest Legacy, was established by Congress, the Forest Legacy Program, and it's administered through the USDA Forest Service. And it offers a partnership with states to conserve environmentally important forest areas that are threatened by conversion to non-forest use. And preserving working forests maintains a multitude of public benefits, including supporting timber sector jobs and sustainable forest operations while protecting air and water quality, wildlife habitat, access for recreation, and other public benefits. The East Moraine Forest Legacy Project, which is close to Neil's Art, is a 1,791 acre property bordering Wallala Lake in Northeast Oregon. The property covers about 3/5 of an Ice Age era glacial moraine that is considered one of the best preserved examples of its type in the US. The current owner has voluntarily agreed to sell the property to Wallala County. This action has been supported by the Wallala Lake Moraine Partnership, which is made up of public and private members, including Wallala County, Wallala Land Trust, Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, and the Sustainable Land Management Group, Wallala Resources. ODF will provide a $3.5 million grant from the Federal Legacy Program to the county to help the county purchase the East Moraine property. The grant represents just over half of the total purchase price of $6 million. The East Moraine property under Wallala County Resources will be managed for public benefits, including forest products, public access, recreation, and grazing. These two accomplishments provide great examples of different approaches which maintain working forests and the benefits provided by these forests. Both of these programs and the staff support are through our private forest division. And I'd like to give special recognition to Amy Singh, who's our Forest Legacy Coordinator, and Nate Aglezoff, our Incentives Field Coordinator, and others who worked on the stewardship agreement. So great work. And with that, are there any questions?
Any questions for Peter or any comments from board members?
Well, I'll just echo appreciation for ODF and the USDA and the Forest Legacy Program and the work of the staff on that East Moraine project. It's been a project that that citizens of Wallala County have expressed interest in for 25, 30 years, and that I personally have been involved in for 12 years. We did our first appraisal of that property and started negotiations with a landowner in 2007, and to see this come to closure is exciting. And broadly appreciated across Wallala County, and I think across the state, and, as we've seen with the support we've had for the campaign. So thanks to you all and your staff for that. I also just wanted to report that the Federal Forest Subcommittee of this board met yesterday. Joe Justice and I were there in person. Cindy could not join us, and Tom Imison called in with department staff. We reviewed the recommendations, generally the broad suite of recommendations from the Wildfire Council, the full report, and the work of the mitigation committee. We reviewed the ongoing implementation of the Federal Forest Restoration Program. as well as the Good Neighbor Authority projects, and discuss that in the context of the new shared stewardship agreement, and recognize the need to review the function and role of the Board of Forestry with respect to these issues, and thereby the role of our subcommittee. And think about how we fit into what sort of policy role, guidance role, voice and leadership could we provide given the current status and trajectory of these initiative programs and agreements. That reconsideration needs to be coordinated with the governor's office to consider the role of the Wildfire Council and any new advisory committee that might be established relevant to the shared stewardship agreement. So Peter's leading the work to establish a meeting to that end. Once we've had the opportunity to do that, we will be bringing the topic to a future full board meeting to explore the role of the subcommittee, with the anticipation right now that we would modify our scope and role, but continue the subcommittee, given all of these significant programs and initiatives that are underway. I don't know if either of you want to add to that.
I think that's a pretty succinct and summary of what happened. Appreciate it. Any other comments from board members?
Well, I do have a go back, right?
Oh.
Yeah, so,
Go back.
well, go back or go forward, however you wish to think. Governor Brown said being a public servant is a labor of love. And I would agree with that statement, and it applies to all of our board members. I don't think they would be here if they didn't love forestry. They get really high salaries and lots of kudos from stakeholders. So, but today we're going to recognize Cindy Deacon Williams and Neil Christofferson for their 8 years of public service to the citizens of Oregon. Cindy, just to highlight a couple of things, Cindy served as our OWEB board member, and Nils has led our federal forest subcommittees, and both of them worked on the riparian rule changes and helped get those passed. And with that, I'll open the floor to other board members.
Well, I would just want to say that by this recognition today, I wouldn't want people to presume that this is your last meeting, because while your terms technically end at the end of February, nobody has been nominated to replace you as far as I know, and likely won't prior to our next meeting. And I'm hopeful that that extension will be, for some time, since we're in the midst of a number of major issues. But I think it's appropriate, as Peter has described, to do this recognition now, since the future is sometimes unpredictable. But I also want to add my own appreciation for all the work that you've two have put in. It's been well beyond the meetings that you show up for here, and both of you have been really passionate about a lot of the issues that come before the board. So we appreciate that.
Great. Well, we have to.
Now we're supposed to
stand
stand in the
blue
right
box.
places here. Yeah.
Supposed to stand in the box, is that what you said?
Somewhere in the.
We have gotten a memento for each of you, and it says on behalf of the people who are presented in Miller's office with gratitude for leadership and service on the State Board of Forestry, March 2012. And that you recognize as the Blue Mountains in eastern and northeast Oregon. This says, on behalf of the people of Oregon, presented to Cindy Deacon Williams, with gratitude and leadership for service on the State Board of Forestry, March 2012 to February 2020. Now, you might not recognize that, but that is a small fish free on-site.
Yeah, I recognize the area, but not the specifics.
So thank you so much.
Thank you. Now what?
Yeah, we go back to work.
And now, are you finished?
Yeah.
Okay. We do have two folks who have signed up to testify on the public comment part of the meeting, Mary Skurlock and Bob Van Dyke. Welcome.
Morning, members of the board, Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty. I would like to just follow up quickly on one of the good news items that Peter delivered, not speaking specifically to the stewardship agreement that is currently out for public comment, but speaking generally to the decision process, including public involvement on decisions to provide regulatory assurances under the board's stewardship agreement authority. This is relatively new to me. Like the times I've been up here talking about plans for alternate practice, I only notice things like this when there's something significant that comes to my attention. And I think that a 30,000 acre plan is significant. It was already on my radar, mostly because of the pending habitat conservation plan and regulatory assurances there. But I think that if this signals the increasing use of stewardship agreements in order to, and I remind you, lock in regulatory requirements in the form of this plan for 50 years, meaning that rules that this board makes would not apply to the landowners covered by the stewardship agreements. It likely behooves us to pay some additional attention at this time to the decision process that is used in approving these agreements. And so I'm just would urge that that we consider doing that, because while the general standard is that we will approve agreements that exceed minimum regulatory requirements, there is in fact a fairly lengthy set of rules and statutory language that applies. And there's a fairly long list of procedural and substantive criteria that apply, which frankly I'm still trying to sort out and make sense of. And the tension with those and the presumption of non-disclosure of information upon which the department relies in determining that these criteria are met is a problem for the public in reviewing the plans. So there is a presumption of non-disclosure of, for example, the land management plan that must be reviewed and certified by the department in making these stewardship agreements. But this can be overridden by showing that public interest would be served by disclosing it. And frankly, if the information is not a trade secret, I'm not sure what the public policy would be. This landowner is very open. There's a public process associated with it. I'm not as concerned about this plan, but going forward, we might want to take a look at regularizing what the information is that is provided to the public in reviewing these decisions. So glad to see that we've got folks coming forward and going above and beyond, and appreciate the department's efforts in that regard. Thanks a lot.
Board members, for the record, Bob Van Dyke, Wild Salmon Center. I guess I first want to just briefly express my thanks to board members Christofferson and Deegan Williams for your service on the board. It's been a pleasure for me to get to know you a little bit and work with you over these years. And somehow I don't think you're quite done yet. So I look forward to being in touch during the year to come. I'm before you today to mention a legislative concept that I think may be coming to the legislature in the short session here. It's something you've heard from my organization about before. It's a forest transfer bill. It's basically a tool that Washington State has something similar, which allows the Board of Forestry to identify lands that either may have low value for revenue generation or may have a better value for conservation or recreation, and try to identify a public partner to which that land could be transferred. There would need to be money to help finance that transfer. So it's basically a mechanism to start in small ways allowing decoupling of state forests from the revenue obligation, so they could be managed for a more uniform purpose, a single purpose, or outside of the current management framework, I should say. A similar bill was passed in 2015 for the Common School Fund lands as part of the conversation about the Elliott, which is the same kind of problem there. The Common School Fund lands having revenue obligations, but that being in tension with managing for other objectives. I know you're familiar with that. This bill was introduced in Senate in 2017 as well, a similar bill, Senate Bill 893. There was a hearing at which basically was discussed there wasn't enough time, there was need for more work on the bill. So there have been a bunch of revisions to it. A couple of highlights I'd like to mention to you in the bill. One is it really starts with the Board of Forestry. So the Board of Forestry is a body that identifies parcels that might be logical to decouple. It requires an appraisal of those parcels. It requires the county where the transfer would happen to consent to the transfer happening. It requires the body who's going to get the parcel to be identified and for them to also agree that they want to get the parcel. So there's a lot of checks and balances in there. For us, it just feels like a tool to add to the toolbox to help reduce some of the tensions over state forest management. I've had a chance to discuss this with Susan Morgan from the counties, and she had some concerns that we're trying to understand and address. We've had some good conversations with the department and included several changes there. The state treasurer is interested in this bill as well. And I think the reason for that is, as you know, some of your parcels, that is Board of Forestry lands, are intermixed with Common School Fund lands, which the Land Board oversees. So I think they see this as a potential mechanism to potentially ease some of the reshuffling of the landscape between state forests, Board of Forestry and Common School Fund land. So I saw in my inbox this morning a revised concept that I think reflected a variety of feedback we've gotten, including from the department. I'll certainly forward that to the board as well. So I just wanted to highlight that for you. I think it will be heard in the Senate Environment and Natural Resources Committee as a committee bill. So if you've got any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but that's all I've got on that. Okay, thank you.
Next item, agenda item 2, Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee testimony. Commissioner Yamamoto and other commissioners who may want to appear. Thanks for coming.
So good morning to everyone. Happy New Year, and I hope your holidays were very nice. Ours certainly was. Chair Imeson, State Forester Authority, members of the Board of Forestry. For the record, I am Tillamook County Commissioner Dave Yamamoto, and also chair of both the Council of Forest Trust Land Counties and your very own Forest Trust Lands Advisory Committee. I appreciate very much this opportunity to address you this morning. So as you know, leading up to and during the Lynn County class action lawsuit trial, on advice of counsel, we were unable to address the board or the department because your lawyers were unwilling to agree to protect those discussions from being introduced into evidence at trial. However, at this point in time, we no longer have those considerations to deal with and are again fully able to engage on all fronts. And this is a good position for us to be in, and we appreciate that very much. Just as a brief overview of the Lynn County class action lawsuit, as the trust counties view these things. After a month-long trial, after hearing more than 100 hours of testimony and reviewing hundreds of exhibits, some going back to the early 1900s, the Lynn County jury deliberated for only a few hours before returning with a verdict. The jury determined that the state had indeed breached a long-standing contract with the 13 plaintiff trust counties and awarded full damages of $1.065 billion. The 1941 Forest Acquisition Act created the idea of GPV, greatest permanent value, to mean managing these forest trust lands to return timber revenue to the counties, schools, taxing districts, and the Oregon Department of Forestry. It was in 1998 that this board changed the definition of greatest permanent value. And for the past 20 years, timber revenue suffered while the state instead prioritized going far and above the mandates of the Federal Endangered Species Act and directing funds to increasing recreational opportunities. These are very admirable goals, but the shortfalls over the past 20 years were being borne entirely by the trust counties. What the jury found is that the trust counties have been shorted $1.065 billion to provide these additional services to all residents of Oregon. And it is only fair that we be fairly compensated for these services. Over the past 20 years, trust counties have had to cut public safety, education, emergency services, road maintenance, healthcare, libraries, and other very essential services. Some think that increasing timber harvest will harm the environment. As a Tillamook County Commissioner, I'm proud to be able to say that when it comes to clean water, habitat restoration, and fish recovery, no Oregon county does this better than Tillamook County. Our victory in court does not mean that we can or should diminish our commitment to our environmental responsibilities. ODF cannot disregard the Endangered Species Act or Clean Water Act, but I feel this jury verdict clearly specifies that the state should not go above and beyond to the financial detriment of the trust counties and our special districts. Timber revenue is but one part of the economic and social sustainability of rural Oregon counties. It must be understood that jobs in the woods, mills, and truck transportation are some of our rural counties' best paying, fully benefited jobs. In the state of Oregon, there are over 60,000 forest products industry jobs, paying on average $53,500 annually. This total FPI employment in Oregon adds more than $3.2 billion to the state economy. Every county in the state has some economic activity generated by the forestry sector. In addition, total wood product sales in Oregon exceeded $10.34 billion in 2016. It is important to note that interest at the state mandated rate of 9% will accrue on the damages award in the Linn County class action lawsuit. That equates to $260,000 per day. It is expected that the state will appeal this verdict to the Oregon Court of Appeals and then possibly to the Oregon Supreme Court, potentially taking years for these court decisions. No one should blame the trust counties for this situation. Had the state performed the contract as originally promised, the counties would be in a much better financial condition, and ODF would also have had the financial means to properly fund the department and manage state forests. It is not right to expect the trust counties to shoulder the burden to benefit the entire state. Which now brings me to actions by ODF that run counter to the Linn County class action lawsuit. One of these is your agenda item today, agenda item number 7, 2021 legislative concepts. On page 2, under state forest divisions, ODF wishes to explore possible forest trust land transfers and the ability to sell isolated parcels or conservation easements that would provide high-value recreation or conservation benefits. The paragraph concludes by saying the intent is to optimize the management of these public forests to best achieve greatest permanent value for the people of Oregon. The concepts presented here by ODF run counter to the Lynn County verdict, and we are obliged to challenge this position. While we understand the verdict is subject to appeal, it is important to note the potential for additional damages awards should ODF and the board continue to compound the financial harm to the trust counties. Additionally, it's important to note, as Bob Van Dyke did earlier, that the Senate Natural Resources Committee has intentions to reintroduce Senate Bill 893, or at least some version of this bill. And like Mr. Van Dyke, we did receive a copy of LC 64 yesterday afternoon. They intend to run this through as a committee bill in the 2020 short session. This bill authorizes the Board of Forestry again to identify certain lands managed by the board that have limited revenue generating potential or that provide high value recreational or conservation benefits. The bill authorizes the board to propose transfer of identified lands to other governmental entities or to change management framework applied to these lands. And this is very concerning to the trust counties. The 2021 legislative concept discussed in your memo today, as proposed by ODF, mirrors the bill being sponsored by the Senate Natural Resource Committee. In the 2019 long session in Salem, when HB 893 died in committee, it was the desire of the committee that a work group be set up in the interim to work on the concept, but the proponents of the bill did not call the meeting. And again, the Council of Forest Trust Land Counties and Association of Oregon Counties through Susan Morgan had signed on to the work group. We were absolutely willing to work forward on this. There are several fatal flaws in SB 893, as evidenced by its never being moved out of committee. FTLAC again stands ready to participate in the work group that ODF describes in their memo to you, with all parties, including the Oregon Department of Forestry, to try to find a workable solution to a land transfer option for the department. Turning now to the draft forest management plan. Our biggest concern here is the lack of specificity, even for strategies we thought were already decided. These strategies include a zoned approach, departure, and take avoidance. Giving this silence, there is no clear statement about what the department will or will not do. This forest management plan is the backup in case ODF cannot agree with the feds about a habitat conservation plan, an HCP. The FMP as written does not describe to the feds or anyone else what the alternative to an HCP would mean. We also understand the FMP is a fallback position should the Board of Forestry decide not to pursue an HCP. If the Board of Forestry does agree with the HCP, then a different FMP would need to be written to support an HCP. This forest management plan does not show what the revised FMP would look like. Again, the same lack of specificity. Additionally, the HCP must go through the federal NEPA process, which will require the evaluation of foreseeable environmental and economic consequences. The revised FMP supporting the HCP will need to have more specific outcomes than the current iteration, and we are concerned about how ODF will realize this outcome. The draft FMP also includes references to ecological forest management, EFM, which means an approach to forestry that considers the biological and social aspects of a forest and seeks to find a balance through collaboration and thoughtful implementation. EFM is the latest philosophy for management, aimed at providing all things to all people. EFM could be thought of as a philosophical basis for the structured-based management, SBM. ODF has already experimented with structure-based management and found it could not be implemented economically. There is a high potential that EFM would prove to have the same problem, with a lack of specificity about which aspects of EFM the department is considering and why. If And if EFM becomes the basis for the next round of plans, it seems to us that ODF would be placing less emphasis on revenue production that would be available to the trust counties and the department. Why would the department suggest implementation of EFM to test a new theory when there is no other large-scale test of EFM anywhere else? FTLAC believes that the trust lands must be managed primarily for production of timber and revenue for the counties, schools, special districts, and for the department. The recent Lynn County verdict strongly affirms this position. If this decision holds through appeal, the FMP must reflect the original definition of greatest permanent value, additional damages awards notwithstanding. In good faith, we offer these comments understanding that the draft FMP was prepared under the department's current interpretation of greatest permanent value. The timing of the verdict with ongoing work on the forest management plan and habitat conservation plan could not be worse. It would seem logical and constructive to try to find a way to fold the very real possibility of the Lynn County verdict being upheld while minimizing the massive undertaking of unwarranted efforts. I wish to point out here that nothing in FTLAC's comments should be interpreted as contrary to the trust county's opinions expressed in the Lynn County class action lawsuit. It goes without saying that we do appreciate the great working relationship we have with both the department and this board. As we now find ourselves able again to fully engage in substantive conversations about issues imperative to the trust counties, we will find areas of disagreement. It is my hope that we will always find ways to remain engaged. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Yes, Commissioner, I'd first of all like to welcome you back to the table.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
Yeah, it's nice to be hearing from the advisory committee.
Thank you.
On that note, specifically with respect to the comments that you've offered on the transfer legislative concept, I'm wondering, almost a process question, I guess, because I have heard conflicting things from some of the commissioners that are members of trustland counties from what you offered here today. And so I'm wondering how you get how the advisory committee arrives at what it offers to us as the collective testimony. You know, what's the process that you went through to reach the testimony on that specific point that you provided, and how does that jive with what I'm hearing from contrary from some of the other members?
And so you will find that all the commissioners on the Forest Trust Lands Advisory Council and all the Council of Forest Trust Land County Commissioners, we are not absolutely unified in our message. That's absolutely the case. However, I think if you poll all of the commissioners in the Council of Forest Trust Land Counties, all the commissioners, and they are the same, all the commissioners on the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee counties, I think you will find that the vast majority, and I am saying vast majority, will agree with the testimony that I provide here. It is very difficult for us to call a meeting every other month to work on testimony that everyone is going to agree on. But again, I would ask you please to, again, poll all of the commissioners in the trust counties, and I'm sure you will find that the vast majority agree with the comments that I've made here for you today.
Yeah, I don't doubt that at all. I was looking more for a process response, sort of a, how do you arrive at what you offer? Under what circumstances do you let us know the diversity of opinion that exists amongst the trustland counties? You know, sort of, because frankly, on all the topics that you will undoubtedly be commenting on in future, I don't have the independent time to poll all of the commissioners all the time. So I'd like to know how you are arriving at what we're hearing from you.
And I understand that one of the Options that I would ask you to consider is that we go through our elections on an annual basis, and the chair and the vice chair are chosen annually. And that's based on our history in working with the Council of Forest Trust Land Counties and the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee. Again, are we going to ever get to a point where we will have 100% agreement on testimony being provided here? I would say no.
Again, sort of, was this topic talked about at your last meeting? If so, you know, or is this your best effort at offering us what you believe is the collective majority opinion?
And I would say that is true. When we met as FTLAC in December, we really were not tracking the fact that the Senate Natural Resources Committee was going to bring its own version of HB 893 and put it through as a committee bill. We had a brief, very brief comment from the department at our last FTLAC meeting about this legislative concept that they want to provide for the 2021 session. But that was it. It was at that point that we started digging in, and it just so happened that I had dinner with Senator Dembro, and we had long conversations about this. Matter of fact, I'm meeting with Senator Dembro on Monday to discuss our concerns about, which was originally SB 893, but is now LC 64 legislative concept. And again, we just saw that yesterday. So this is all happening very, very quickly. And again, we know the history of what happened when 893 did not come out of session, and where a work group was proposed by the Senate Natural Resource Committee. We signed on to that, and unfortunately that did not go anywhere. We hope to revive it. Absolutely.
Thank you for your comments.
Really?
I wanted to ask you to give us your opinion about how we, in terms of our decisions regarding the state-owned lands, forest lands, should handle climate change going forward. Do you have comments?
So, and again, here I would go back to my previous comment in my testimony. When it comes to clean water and habitat restoration and fish recovery, no Oregon county does this better than Tillamook County. When I first became commissioner, there was a working group that we had put together in Tillamook County called Tillamook Working Lands and Waters Cooperative. It's just a loose-knit organization of timber interests and dairy interests and fishing interests. And we know we have a story to tell in Tillamook County about how we do things. And it's worked very, very well. As a matter of fact, we have made an offer to the department to offer a tour for this board, possibly in conjunction with OWEB, Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board. And in Tillamook County, this is how this has worked for many, many years. People always look at Tillamook County, and every year during the winter months, you see the news stories about excessive flooding in Tillamook County. That's because we have our climate is very different than Eastern Oregon when it comes to water. We're not worried about a lack of water and where we're going to get our water. We're worried about how we handle the huge amounts of water that we get every year because of rainfall. And so it's that collaboration with the timber interest and the dairy interest and the fishing interest that we have worked together collaboratively for several decades, for many decades, in trying to make sure that we have clean water and habitat restoration and fish recovery. Again, when I first became commissioner, I started espousing my thoughts on clean water and habitat restoration and fish recovery. We got many raised eyebrows from other commissioners across the state. We did a tour for commissioners 3 years ago. And again, after that tour, they were all asking us in Tillamook County, how do you do these things? And are these concepts transferable to our county? And yes, they are.
Would you say that your county commission is planning for climate change in Tillamook County?
Again, what a
I guess
county
that's
can
just a
do
yes or no.
in terms of climate change.
Are you planning for climate change?
I think we plan for climate change every day. We do
I thought so.
in many different ways.
What I was trying to get at is a hypothetical that we maybe face some, because of climate change, of being forced into decisions that could hurt the pocketbook of both the trust line counties as well as the department. And what are your thoughts on that? Do you recognize that? And is that something that we shouldn't consider or should consider in light of the lawsuit?
That is, now in light of the lawsuit, I'm not sure I can put together the concept of the verdict in the Lynn County class action lawsuit and climate change.
Okay,
I'm
that's
just
okay.
not able to do
Just
that
curious.
in my mind at this point. It's a very difficult concept. And again, what a small county with 26,000 residents can do. Again, we are so far advanced of many other counties when it comes to natural resources and how we handle the environment. We're very proud of how we do things in Tillamook County.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Joe.
Yeah, Commissioner, thanks for coming.
Really.
For coming back. I just have a question about the legislative concept that's being offered here. And you talked about work towards trying to modify that. Is there a way, on the surface, it seems to me, to have that kind of flexibility for a landowner is often a good thing. Do you think there's some avenue by which that concept begins to work for the counties?
Absolutely. But that's why we signed on early on when 893 did not come out of committee. We signed on to try to work with the environmental groups, to work with the timber interests, to work with the department, work with the trust counties. We feel that we can find a solution. But to propose this as we're trying to put together a work group, which the Senate Natural Resource Committee wanted to do, and now instead we're trying to find a way to move an LC 64, which is their current iteration, which again we just saw yesterday. So it's very difficult for one of the issues here that we see is that yes, we understand the counties must agree to the land transfer should one occur, but it's more than just the counties. When we divide up timber revenue, it's not. All the money does not come to the counties. Tillamook County keeps about a quarter of the money. The rest immediately goes out to schools and special districts. So the schools and special districts are also going to have a say in any potential properties that are taken out of state forest trust lands. And that's another huge issue here. And then there's you've got to roll that whole issue over into the Lynn County class action lawsuit. If that should stand, again, are there going to be additional damages that are going to have to be considered? That's above my pay grade, honestly, it is. Truly.
One thing I might mention to you and to board members is that at noon today, as I mentioned earlier, we will be conferring with legal counsel regarding our rights and duties related to current litigation, and this will give us an opportunity to ask questions of legal counsel, especially as to how that might relate to some of the recommendations that you're also making to us today. And then later this afternoon, we will be taking up, as has been mentioned, the board work plans, including for state forests. And so that's an opportunity for us to discuss and perhaps clarify where we're headed with respect to those issues here today. And then we'll be finalizing those, I think, at the March meeting. Correct. Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time today.
Next item is the Siskiyou Streamside Protections Review, which will take us for the rest of the morning. Kyle and his team will bring us up to date, and there are also, I think, some opportunities here for the board to make some decisions related to next steps on this process.
Good morning, Chair Imison, and Happy New Year. Thank you. Members of the board, State Forest Authority, for the record, my name is Kyle Abraham and I serve as the Division Chief for Private Forests. Joining me today are Morgan Allen, Manager for Forest Health and Monitoring, Terry Free, Monitoring Coordinator, and Ariel Cowan, Monitoring Specialist. Today we'll be presenting an update on the Siskiyou Streamside Protection Review, or as we now shorthand it, the Siskiyou Project, and related board decisions. For this presentation, we will review the September board decision, discuss the Siskiyou Charter Work Plan and related updates, including progress on our collaboration with DEQ, the plan to hold a board information session of the Oregon Revised Statutes related to water quality decision and the board's authority, updates on the expanded literature review, the Siskiyou Advisory Committee, and other potential monitoring options. We'll then lay out today's board decisions, including approval of the Advisory Committee objectives, addressing climate change, and approval of the Siskiyou Work Plan. We'll take public comment followed by board discussion and a vote. Lastly, we'll describe the next steps based on the board direction from today's meeting, and I will now hand the presentation over to Morgan, Manager for Forest Health and Monitoring.
Good morning, and also Happy New Year. For the record, I'm Morgan Allen, Manager for Forest Health and Monitoring. In March of 2018, the board directed the department to assess effectiveness of streamside protections on small and medium fish streams in the Siskiyou region, designated in the Forest Practices Act, or FPA, geographic region. This included assessing the achievement of goals for desired future condition, or DFC, of streamside vegetation, specifically shade and stand characteristics, and goals for stream temperature. The board directed the department to review scientific literature and work with partner agencies to provide contextual information on fish status and trends and water quality evaluations. At the June 2019 meeting, department staff presented the results of the systematic review and contextual information, and the board concluded that there is not enough information to decide on sufficiency rules for either stream temperature or DFC. As a result, the board requested the department to investigate a range of new approaches to obtain additional information and to work with the Department of Environmental Quality, or DEQ, to collaborate on a work plan to address fundamental questions on total maximum daily load, or TMDLs, and sufficiency of FPA rules. In September, DEQ and department staff updated the board on our interagency collaboration. Staff discussed the development of a leader's intent document and described goals of the collaboration. Department staff also provided an update on other monitoring approaches the agency is looking into. Staff presented the board with decisions on climate change, forming an advisory committee, and expanding the geographic scope of previous literature reviews. The board ultimately directed the department to conduct 2 literature reviews on temperature and shade and DFC with a geographic scope of Western Oregon and similar forests. We will discuss these literature reviews later in the presentation. The board also directed the department to create an advisory committee for the Siskiyou project. The board discussed but did not vote on direction regarding climate change. I will now hand the presentation over to Terry Free, who will discuss the charter work plan, including updates on project elements.
Thanks, Morgan, and happy new decade. For the record, I'm Terry Free, Monitoring Coordinator. With the addition of several project elements from recent board requests, department staff have crafted a new charter work plan for the Siskiyou project, which we present to you to ensure our work is aligned with your direction. We seek your approval on this work plan later in the presentation. The work plan lays out the objectives and success criteria for each project element, what is in and out of scope for the project team composition, and the expected advisory committee composition. The scope of this work plan focuses on the effectiveness of streamside protections for meeting goals for stream temperature and the shade and stand characteristics of DFC for small and medium fish-bearing streams in the Siskiyou. The scope also includes the basal area standard target prescription. Currently, out of scope for the Siskiyou project are geographic regions east of the Oregon Cascade Crest, large wood and climate change topics, and other FPA activities and riparian prescriptions. Note that later in the presentation, the board will have the chance to decide on how to address climate change in relation to the Siskiyou project. The work elements include 2 expanded literature reviews, a board training session on both ODF and DEQ statutes relevant to the review, the advisory committee, ODF DEQ collaboration, and options for additional monitoring approaches. The department has been working on the expanded literature reviews as directed by the board. The first product will be an executive summary combining stream temperature and shade systematic reviews the department completed in 2013 related to Western Oregon and 2019 for the Siskiyou region. It will also include related literature produced since 2013. We anticipate bringing the executive summary to the board in July of this year. The second product would merge the DFC portion of the ongoing literature review in Western Oregon with that of the Siskiyou. The anticipated completion of this review is late 2020. The expanded geography of these reviews includes Western Oregon, Western Washington, Northwest California, Western British Columbia, and Southeast Alaska using EPA ecoregion boundaries. We have found 13 stream temperature publications to include with the previous literature reviews and are still determining which publications to include for shade. For DSC, we have identified 5,000 potentially relevant publications and are determining which ones are relevant for this review. We are also apprising you of potential unintended consequences for expanding the geography of literature considered in this review. If the board wants it to expand the scope of literature, expand the scope of inference from Western Oregon to the Siskiyou, it seems reasonable that the reverse could be true. Thus, any decisions you make about Siskiyou could be expected to apply to Western Oregon. Another key component of this work is understanding the board's statutory authority regarding ODF and DEQ statutes and standards related to streamside protection and water quality. This authority helps to delineate the board's decision space. Staff from ODF intend to work with the Department of Justice to bring this information session to the board before July. Another element of the Siskiyou work plan is the soon-to-be-convened advisory committee. Outlined in the work plan is the advisory committee purpose, scope, and its suggested composition. The committee will help both the board and the department to understand a variety of outside perspectives and values as the department progresses through the components of the work plan. This committee will provide feedback on upcoming board decisions and feedback on ODF staff work for the Siskiyou project, and provide feedback on the development of monitoring approaches to obtain additional information. The committee will also receive updates on other work related to the project, including the collaboration with DEQ. However, the committee will not be asked to provide input on this other work. Meetings will be facilitated, and the committee would last until the board's final decisions on the Siskiyou project. Note that the department will use a separate process for tribes since they are sovereign nations and not just another stakeholder. In terms of working with tribes, sure. We're going to be soon sending out another set of communications to the tribe outlining both the work that's ongoing and how we're going to seek their feedback. We're still refining that input process. And part of this is a conversation where we're open to coming to meet with them in person. And we've been providing updates on this project at both the Natural Resources Working Group Cluster and the Cultural Resources Working Group Cluster. And thanks.
Yeah, and we'll be probably talking about our annual report on travel working relationships. And we do an annual report to LCIS every year. And we do have a pretty thorough communication process. So I send out annual letters once the board, we're actually going to go ahead early this year. Usually we'd wait till the board approves the work plans, but we have a number of continuing projects. So they'll also get a message from the state forester willing to engage with them on any of the policy topics the board's doing. And so, you know, and sometimes we get response and other times we don't get the interest on a particular topic. Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Peter. I think I'm done with that slide. Okay. The advisory committee objectives have been drafted by department staff and reviewed by stakeholders. These objectives await your approval later in this presentation. 4 stakeholders, 2 from conservation, 1 from industry, and 1 from the Southwest Regional Forest Practices Committee, provided comments on the objectives. Most of the comments were requests for representation on the committee. This included requests for local representation of manufacturing interests, small landowners with agricultural and forestry experience, and others directly affected by potential changes to FPA riparian rules. Conservation stakeholders requested a board liaison to be placed on the committee. However, given this is a stakeholder advisory committee, we want to emphasize their voices to the board. Since committee meetings will be public, board members are welcome to attend. Comments also requested clarification on whether the committee would report to the board or only to department staff. We modified the objectives to clarify that feedback to both entities will be valuable. There were also requests for clarity on the scope and timeline for the committee and to lay out specific agendas for committee meetings. Lastly, multiple stakeholders requested some, if not all, committee meetings be held in the Siskiyou region to allow for local participation. We do intend to hold some of the meetings in the Siskiyou region. Our collaboration with our sister agency, DEQ, is another project element that is currently underway. We have a long history of working together, including a memorandum of understanding that was created in 1998, establishing interagency expectations for ODF and DEQ for reviewing FPA sufficiency, achieve water quality goals and processes regarding water body specific coordination where TMDLs have been established. At the time this MOU was signed, the TMDL process was in its formative stages. Now that TMDLs are a regular part of business, we want to develop an updated MOU. The goals of the collaboration are to enhance FPA rule reviews and TMDL analyses and lay out our processes for doing this in a new MOU. The agencies are holding monthly meetings. The directors of the agencies have developed an intent statement. We're hiring a facilitator to help us succeed in this endeavor. I will now hand the presentation over to Ariel.
Thank you, Terry. Good morning, everyone. For the record, I'm Ariel Cowan, Monitoring Specialist. The department is also exploring other monitoring options to obtain additional information on sufficiency of rules for the Siskiyou project. These options would provide the opportunity for analysis of pre-existing data and/or new data collection and analysis. These options include the potential use of remote sensing data, field study, using a priority stream assessment for temperature risks, or any combination of these approaches. We are currently investigating the feasibility of these methods. However, the current board requests to conduct expanded literature reviews and DEQ collaboration have precedence over this work given the monitoring unit's workload. Lastly, the work plan outlines the numerous people involved. The advisory committee in particular will consist of perspectives from the conservation community, industrial and family forest landowners, the Committee for Family Forests, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, DEQ, the Regional Forest Practices Committees, and operators. The other elements of the Siskiyou project involve numerous team members, including department technical staff, such as the monitoring and GIS units, department public affairs staff, and department management, including Kyle, Josh, and Peter. For the collaboration with DEQ, additional involvement will come from the board chair, liaison to the Environmental Quality Commission, along with DEQ technical and management staff. I will now walk you through today's decisions regarding the Siskiyou Streamside Protections Review. We ask the board to decide on the advisory committee objectives, a direction regarding climate change, and the Siskiyou work plan. The first decision is whether to approve the advisory committee objectives. The objectives are as follows. Discuss upcoming board decisions relevant to the Siskiyou project and provide feedback to the board on these decisions. Discuss and provide feedback to assist ODF in work for the Siskiyou project. This would be as a form of conceptual and value-informed support. Discuss and provide feedback to assist ODF in developing methods for relevant monitoring of the effectiveness of streamside rules for small and medium fish streams in the Siskiyou region. That would be if the board decides on one or more monitoring options as the next phase of this project. And receive updates on ODF work to consider in the aforementioned points, such as progress on the DEQ collaboration and other related work. For the second decision, we ask the board for direction on addressing climate change, revisiting the discussion from last September. The FPA rules, as well as DEQ's water quality standards, were developed before implications of climate change were widely discussed by natural resource managers. Therefore, there are no specific climate change informed rules from which we can test sufficiency. Climate change is anticipated to have a variety of impacts in Oregon that relate to achieving DFC along streams and meeting stream temperature goals. These impacts include increasing air temperatures, changes in the timing, form, and amount of precipitation, shifts in species distributions, and increases in fire and vulnerability to insects and disease. There's high confidence among the scientific community on these changes occurring at regional scales. However, there's lower confidence in the amount of change that will occur and how these changes will play out on smaller, more local scales like the Siskiyous. The broad range of impacts, along with their uncertainty, add to the challenge of assessing the effectiveness of FPA rules, especially when it is unknown what the goals are for climate change in the FPA. Are the goals to respond to these impacts with mitigation or adaptation or both? To mitigate greenhouse gas emissions, do we focus on carbon sequestration in streamside stands? Do we prioritize locations across the state for optimal carbon sequestration? To adapt to climate change impacts, do we focus on drought resistance in the goals for DFC? Or do we focus on changes in stream flow that affect stream temperature? These questions may be best answered in a comprehensive policy framework in order to provide guidance with which we can test sufficiency. Climate change is a huge deal. It is complex and it is important. So it needs to be addressed in a thoughtful and organized manner. Climate change can be addressed in multiple ways. One option to address climate change would be a high-level linkage analysis between the current FPA sufficiency questions under review and anticipated climate change outcomes found in literature. Information sources could include stream temperature models such as Norwest and science syntheses such as the recent one from the Northwest Forest Plan. Anticipated products may include identification of predicted climate-induced environmental changes that may affect stream temperature or DFC. Identification of which changes can and cannot be addressed regarding the sufficiency questions currently under review. Then we could link these changes with what the board identifies as priority concerns. In other words, we will bring the list of anticipated changes back to you and ask you which of these impacts is most relevant to the sufficiency decisions. We will then distill this information into a broad qualitative risk assessment of climate-induced environmental changes and achievement of goals for DFC and stream temperature in the Siskiyou. Just as a side warning, addressing climate change on a project-by-project approach may result in repeated analyses of topics and unintended conflicts between project-level outcomes. As I've said earlier, an issue as big as this requires thoughtfulness. However, moving forward on climate change at a project level will more quickly advance its incorporation into department work on the Siskiyou Streamside review. We anticipate this work would require 9 to 12 months of half to 3/4 FTE and would delay the board's sufficiency decisions. If the board should choose this option, the first step would be to bring a modified Siskiyou work plan back to the board with climate change in scope. A second option is for the board to develop a comprehensive set of policies on climate change. The department would then conduct a complete FPA review within that new climate change policy framework. Subsequent FPA rule sufficiency reviews would incorporate new climate-based policies into the regular adaptive management process as driven by the department's monitoring priorities. The Siskiyou Streamside Protections Review would thus continue without explicit consideration of climate change until a policy framework has been put in place. Later today, during agenda item 6, reviewing the board's work plan and emerging issues, you will have the opportunity to hear about and discuss the larger picture of the effort to address climate change. Anticipated products for this option could include a comprehensive list of climate change topics, areas of conflict and alignment with FPA policies and procedures, and proposed changes to address areas of conflict. We currently have no estimate on the duration or resources needed for this effort. Please note that climate change options 1 and 2 are not mutually exclusive. You could choose one, you could choose 2, or you could choose both. And option 2 will be discussed later again today. Lastly, we ask the board to approve the current work plan for the Siskiyou Streamside Protections Review, as described in attachment 2 of the board materials. I will now hand the presentation back to Kyle to conclude our presentation.
Thank you, Ari. An important consideration for the board in making these decisions is that the monitoring unit has 4 staff members. And depending on which options the board chooses, the unit might have to either delay other projects. Additionally, after 17 years, Margan is taking a new position with the Oregon Department of Agriculture. While we congratulate her, it leaves us with a frowny face in our presentation. She will be missed. She's a good friend and colleague and a major asset to the department. So we wish her well in her new position. And we'll have fewer resources with which to complete the work. For example, this last year, unit staff worked on significant projects, including the Siskiyou and Western Oregon Streamside Protection Reviews, the reforestation module of the implementation study, and a tethered logging review. All of these include in significant time working with stakeholders and tribes. And the Siskiyou project has a new workload in collaborating with DEQ and supporting the advisory committee. Because of the priority of completing the Siskiyou review project, the Western Oregon project has moved a little bit slower than anticipated. Finally, it is unknown at this point. We're still working through the Coho specified resource site rule analysis and how much work that will be impacted within the monitoring unit. So given all of the information and considerations, the department recommends the board to approve the Siskiyou Advisory Committee objectives, direct the department to begin work, and I said department to begin work on climate change option 2, which is developing a comprehensive policy directly addressing climate change, and finally approve the Siskiyou project work plan. And with that, we'll take any questions.
Thanks for the presentation. Appreciate it. Could you go back to the climate change thing, Ariel? Thank you. First one. I'm the option 1. Yeah, thanks. That's it. So I guess I had a little bit different perception of what could be done here. I'm not sure that we need to have very detailed climate information to make a determination on sufficiency, but I do think it would be helpful for the board to have kind of a high-level understanding of what the general patterns of climate change might be over the region. And I think that could be provided pretty simply either in documents provided to us, and you've listed several citations here that I think probably would be useful for us to read. And perhaps a presentation by someone if that document isn't available, but they have more recent information. But I think it just provides context for us making a decision that may not rely on climate change information per se, but gives us the context for if we make a decision, how is that likely to play out into the future? So we have that. The other option 2 strikes me as not specific to the Siskiyou review, but rather to the board plan. And I just suggest that option 2 just be deferred until we have a chance to discuss that in terms of our long-term planning. So I really ask any other board members to comment on their perceptions.
Could I, Brent, ask a clarify, make sure I understand? So what you're suggesting is probably not a detailed linkage study or analysis, but a kind of a more of a high level contextual. And are there specific areas that you're interested in?
So for sufficiency, I don't think we need the detailed analysis. And from what I'm seeing here, it's not necessarily part of the policy anyway, but I do think it would be helpful for us to understand that. I think the detailed analysis probably, although I'd have to understand more from DOJ, would be useful when we get to rulemaking. So first step is, is the current situation sufficient or isn't it? And as we make that decision, I think we need to have that context of what the future might hold for us. But when we get to rulemaking, we may want a more detailed analysis. Secondly, in terms of specific things to do, I think focus on, I think we need to deal with that in option 2. So for the general context, what are the general patterns regarding air temperature warming, likely influences on stream temperature, likely influences on species shifts at a very general and coarse level, not talking about individual stream reaches or watersheds, but just can we understand what climate change is likely to give us in terms of forests and streams over the next 20, 30, 50 years.
So air temperature species shifts, thanks for that. That's what I was getting at, and probably flow or.
Sure. Yep. Mm-hmm. But again, I think a lot of that information is probably either already available or could be provided very easily to the board. And I don't see that would be I mean, I don't want to presume the impact on FTE, but I don't think that would be a huge impact on staff time or on delaying the decision, which is my biggest concern. I don't think we should delay the decision.
Oh, I agree with everything Brenda is saying. Also had a couple of comments that I wanted to make. One is we're going to miss you, Morgan. Two is I also appreciated the fact that staff brought up to us that that the work of expanding the literature review and all of this work could have implications for all of Western Oregon eventually. But I just want to point out that you know, our job is to make these decisions using the best available science, and it's not our job to sweep anything under the rug. And so if it does lead to that, so be it. That's our job.
Yep, Brenda, I concur completely with your assessment of what we need for the sufficiency decision, and as compared to what information we might need to have before us if we make a decision that we need to proceed to rulemaking. I think those are two different levels of informational needs, and it seems to me like, you know, the broad contextual information would be adequate for making a sufficiency decision, along with the other information you've already identified as stuff you're gathering, specifically the expanded lit review and the work product that you're developing in conjunction with DEQ. I'd like to shift to another topic, and that was on the advisory committee composition. I know we received a lot of input and interest in this topic from the like Medford Water Commission and, you know, the various other water providers. And it seems to me like they specifically need to be included. And I just, in looking at it, you know, you've got conservation community there, and I think that's a broader, you know, you could also lump forest community, but you've gone through and identified some of the key players within that community, you know, the industrial, the family forest, the, you know, CFF, the, you know, all those folks. I think you need to give a little bit of, if we decide to proceed with the advisory committee, you need to give a little broader thought to who and what in the diverse conservation community down there needs to be explicitly included. And then you need to think a little bit more explicitly on, like, the, you know, a whole new category that would be like the water providers. Because I know they've been very, very interested in this topic and are concerned about the impacts on water treatment costs and, you know, whatnot associated with land management decisions. So I want to make sure they've got a seat at the table if we decide this table is going to be set.
Well, and I think we made that decision.
We did make that
last
decision
meeting on creating it. The question is I think your comments are relevant to the, yeah.
And also that the committee composition will be finalized in consultation with the facilitator as well. So we figure, you know, speaking with them would be very important, since they would be thinking about inclusivity. So.
Yeah, and I suspected that was the case. I just explicitly wanted to mention, like, what Medford Water Commission, because I know we've heard from them in written letters a couple of times, and I hear from them fairly regularly as well. So they're one for sure to reach out with, and I'm sure there's other comparable bodies across the Siskiyou that we should probably reach to.
I think it would be helpful to get some staff feedback here on the concept that Brenda has laid out in terms of your resources and also timing on this. I think one of the issues for some of us has been the not the concern about the idea, but the concern about timing and delay, which you also expressed. So if you could, seems like this is almost a option one, a little bit light, and then you know, the option two is really a bigger topic for the board, which I personally think is really important for us to initiate. But if you could, yeah, give us a little.
Yeah, I think we can. So I appreciate the input and the thoughts around option one, light. And so we've received a little bit of input around that idea over the last few weeks. As what we did is we basically included option one and two as it existed from the September materials Partly given the time frame of which we wanted to re-include the SISQ or the climate change conversation back in the SISQ, we could do a pretty easy cut and paste and get it back in so we could have this discussion. Since then, we've had some input about, are there other ways to think about option one and maybe getting to a place where we can bring some contextual information. So we actually do have a slightly modified option one that we can, I think, provide and maybe put up on the screen for folks. Guess we're calling it option 1B. And effectively, it is the, what?
That's very well prepared, so.
Okay.
I promise I had nothing to do with that.
So this is effectively what I consider to be contextual information for the board. And we've had internally some conversations about bringing information to the board around climate change that we can readily access, and then also have some speakers present to the board. Now, timing, we haven't reached out to any speakers, so we'd want to be cognizant of how the timing we would lay out for future board meetings, but I think it's possible. And then effectively it cuts some of the time down to 2 to 5 months. Again, we'd have to be cognizant of how the board meeting structure is already laid out and how our timelines would align with that. But this is a proposal, I think, to get us more in that contextual framework. Does that help, Tom?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I guess all I was looking for was the first bullet. I mean, once we understand what the patterns of change are, then the board members can understand, I think, pretty well how those changes might relate to what we're being asked to assess. So I'm seeing this as maybe 1B2. But go ahead, Cindy.
Sort of an oddball contribution to the concept and conversation, but a few years ago, I actually co-authored a paper on climate change in the Rogue Basin. And I would be happy to put together a half-hour presentation on that and take the load entirely from staff if you want. This information is fairly readily available and I've published on it.
Thank you, Cindy. And I think that would be great. And we also have the Norwest model. We have the SPIES paper. We have work done by Josh Filofsky. I mean, that's all information that I think if it was just provided to the board, to me, that would be sufficient information to at least have a context for the decisions that we need to make. So I think even though this might be one light, I think there's one lighter that would help me.
So
I think Joe's got it. Yeah, I would just add, and I'm fine. I don't disagree with, bringing information like that is always a good idea, and learning about this and how we treat it. I think I'll be just very interested in the DOJ presentation as to how we crosswalk this to our statutory authority. That's all that I'll be really interested in. Information like this is very valuable for us to learn about and listen to, but we also have to really understand what do we have the authority to do, because I wasn't around in the last sufficiency analysis for Western Oregon, but climate change wasn't a part. We've traditionally looked at monitoring and research directly related to forest practices for these kinds of decisions, and so we're embarking on something a little different here, and we're going to make sure that we're in our scope or in our authority to make decisions. So that's all, and I'm comfortable with what you're saying, Brenda, with bringing information to the board. You just present that information. Either, I don't want to really delay. I agree. I think there's general consensus. We don't want to delay this decision, and I'm very comfortable bringing that kind of information. Just send that kind of, and I'll read. I'm really sorry to hear Margan's leaving, but congratulations.
No, I totally agree with you, Joe, and I think the governor's office is very interested in the same issue, and I think we're going to be at the same time trying to get an answer, a legal answer as to that, which I think is important that we be making the progress on that. Just also want to make the comment that it's very easy for us as board members here to just spout off and say climate change, blah blah, and and as I thought your presentation, your work here has really been great, and your list of what it might mean for you to actually take it from a staff perspective, take the idea of climate change and turn that into what all the realities, what that might mean is sobering, and I get that. Anyhow, I just want to thank you for the work you guys been doing on this, and we've had all these conversations. It's been challenging to for everybody to get on the same page and understand each other. And again, thank you.
If I may, I was hoping to,
No, go ahead.
to just elaborate a little bit more. I mean, I completely agree with what's been said about being able to capitalize on existing information. Honestly, that's the least of the concern. It's more about taking that available information and putting that in context of the current study questions and the scope of what's at hand, and to what Joe's bringing up about where there may be challenges policy-wise as far as how that links with the questions at hand. And then perhaps more importantly yet, or as equally as important, you folks are amongst our key customers, but there's this looming presence behind us of a group of customers back here who likely will want to engage in that conversation along the way as well. So part of that timeline is allowing that time for us to have that conversation mature and engage all these good people that are listening in behind us and on the proverbial internet airwaves. So we want enough time for the conversation to just progress at an accelerated rate using existing information, but we need time and space for that engagement to occur.
Right, and I think that we have some people who would like to talk about this here today, because several have signed up to testify. In this, unless there's more of this conversation to have, we can continue this after we hear from the folks who have signed up to be before us. We do have
I'd just like to ask a question of the staff. So if you provided us with written documents and had a presentation by Cindy and a presentation by Josh, how much would that delay a decision?
I can only say that, well, I mean, it sounds like Cindy's availability, again, it comes down to availability. And then the existing agenda items on board, agenda items, whether or not they can or cannot be shifted and accommodated, and then time and how that fits with a larger timeline for stakeholders to engage in the conversation along the way. So they have enough time to digest how that conversation evolves.
So maybe to add one thing, I mean, the earliest that could happen at this point would be April. And that is if all the stars were to align, just given the timelines of what we have to produce and get feedback, like Morgan said, from stakeholders and others.
But if existing published peer review information in written form is being sent to the board, is that problematic?
well,
Again, oh, sorry.
my own opinion is that would be good, but it would need to be supplemented by actual conversation and discussion as well, right? Almost a workshop sort of setting maybe, which I don't see it that way. Well, I mean, I think because there will be different perspectives, even within, I'm assuming within the published literature. I just want to make sure that we are making sure the board is exposed to, and we could do this in my opinion, in a side meeting that we might have just on that topic, if that's helpful, and so as to not cause undue delay.
Yeah, I think we need to have a reasonable public process here and not look like we're cherry picking what we're going to look at.
Okay, we're now going to resume this meeting, and we're going to have public testimony on. Hey, guys, we need to stay on schedule here, so please help us out. So Mary Skurlock, Seth Barnes, and Stacy Detweiler are up.
Chair Emerson and members of the board, State Forester Doherty, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment today on the Siskiyou Streamside Protections Review. My name is Stacy Detweiler, and I'm the Conservation Director for Rogue Riverkeeper, a nonprofit organization based in Jackson County in the Siskiyou region that works to protect and restore clean water and fish in the waters of the Rogue. We support getting all the available relevant information to the board for a sufficiency decision at the July 2020 board meeting. This includes information from the expanded literature review on stream temperature that will incorporate data and analysis from the RIP stream study. We strongly encourage ODF and DEQ to continue collaborating to better understand how existing TMDL data and analysis can be used to inform the sufficiency determination. Specifically regarding the charter work plan, we suggest this document be updated with this July 2020 timeline and to clarify that other monitoring options may be identified, such as through the advisory committee process. Specifically regarding the department's two options for the consideration of climate change, available information on climate change is important contextual information to incorporate into the current rule sufficiency analysis for the Siskiyou. And we suggest, in line with comments and discussion we've had today, that a modified climate change option 1 is adopted that will enable the board to make a sufficiency decision by July 2020, as outlined in the private forest work plan that incorporates contextual information on climate change. Climate change option 2 describes a comprehensive climate change policy review that should be more fully fleshed out with input from and coordination with additional state agencies, but should not be directly attached to the Siskiyou project. We don't have any specific objections to the stated objectives of the advisory committee outlined in agenda item 3 and strongly support the department's efforts to make these meetings accessible to stakeholders in the Siskiyou region. Regarding the composition of the advisory committee, we support the suggestion for drinking water managers, such as the Medford Water Commission, which submitted comments on this issue previously to the board, as well as representatives from local government from the Siskiyou region that should be considered as part of the advisory committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today. I'll submit more detailed comments into the record, and thank you for your time.
Morning, my name is Mary Skurlock with the Oregon Stream Protection Coalition. I support the comments of Stacy Detweiler, and just wanted to reiterate that our priority, like the priority of the rest of the folks in front of me right now, is an expedient move to decision on the Siskiyou stream sufficiency rules, and we urge you to establish July 2020 as a firm date to the extent possible, which we at this point have not heard anything that indicates that that would not be possible, to decide whether resource degradation is occurring in the Siskiyou region. Though it would be ideal to have that decision include the desired future condition, we think that that the priority needs to be moving on the stream temperature information by then. The excellent discussion that has happened this morning seems to concur with my belief that the climate change, consideration of climate change in the Siskiyou stream sufficiency analysis can be done as a contextual matter without delaying a degradation decision. I think you're on the right track with the 1B light, and that it seems to us that there is a way to provide information that meets the need for context, and that we can clarify that consideration of this information in no way shifts the focus of your decision away from the discrete impacts of current forest practices on stream temperature, which is your mandate. Regarding option 2, we also think that may be an important policy analysis and development exercise for the department to undertake, and a similar exercise for other departments in the state, but that this need not burden the monitoring unit's efforts around the SISQ analysis. On the project charter, we think it's a useful format that's been provided to you, and have just a few smaller concerns. One would be that we attach a timeline to that. Secondly, would be that there be further clarification about the outcome, the desired outcome of the ODF DEQ collaboration, which is described as a process for aligning agency sufficiency reviews. That raises the concern that the result would simply be a process for future alignment, when I believe the expectation is that we'll accomplish actual alignment within the context of the SISQ rule review, even as we create a template for going forward in other areas. So some further information about when the parties will get beyond the current stage of clarifying their respective legal and policy authorities and those kinds of procedural matters. But we are encouraged by what we're hearing about the progress of that. And we look forward to a presentation at this board, I understand, at the next board meeting. We also suggest that the description of the monitoring options in the charter clarify how that final decisions have not been made about how and whether specific monitoring options will go forward, because that is still under discussion. We also had some concerns about the composition in the list of interested parties for the Stakeholder Advisory Committee. It seemed to us, for example, that forest landowners and operators are listed multiple times, in that the advisory committee, standing advisory committees, are considered to be separate stakeholder groups, which, while the conservation community obviously was lumped into one, which has already been mentioned, we would also think it appropriate to include representatives of county governments, local watershed councils, and water providers as interested parties. Lastly, we appreciate the purposes of the committee having been clarified, and the emphasis on providing access to SISQ region members, and having the meetings in the region as budgets allow. So thanks for hearing me again today. Appreciate it.
Chair Imison, State Forest Authority, members of the board, for the record, my name is Seth Barnes and I work for the Oregon Forest Industries Council. So I wanted to talk about this issue and review the timeline a little bit with you. I started out, I provided copies of my comments so you can take a look at that. From my review, we've been at this issue for over 2 years in front of this board, and there's been a number of gyrations and sort of go backs in conversation and offshoots and on all sorts of different places along the way. And since this first issue was first brought up as a priority for the agency and the board, OFIC has consistently suggested gathering data specific to the region to help inform decisions moving forward. I would remind you, this is a foundational tenet of the Forest Practices Act. There was no sweeping under the rug in terms of the last go around on this issue, because there was really good data that was produced that sort of illuminated the pathway forward. And while we didn't all agree around the table of what to do about the results that were found, it certainly was paramount in leading to a decision by this board that was still controversial, but in terms of different opinions around the board, but it was very much improved in terms of the focus of the discussion, because of the data that had been gathered and provided. One of the primary pushbacks to this request has been the time it takes to gather such data, as well as the associated costs. And while I understand that information takes time and money to gather, when I consider the resources that have been spent up to this point in this process, and the lack of information that continues to plague every iterative board discussion and will continue to plague every iterative board discussion, I have to think it's time to try a more direct approach. If data loggers had been deployed in streams in 2017 when this question first surfaced, we would be 2.5 years into a study giving us real data to chew on, rather than being stuck in a continuous cycle of conversation and hand-wringing over studies with limited inference to the questions that we're considering. With this in mind, I offer the support of OFIC in working together with the board and department staff and call on all relevant stakeholders to work together in support of legislation that would appropriate funds specifically to study these questions in the Siskiyou Geo region. If time is of the essence, let's get something in motion now. And if money is a limiting factor, then let's do what's necessary to procure the funds. There are options available. We just need to put our heads together and work together in the same direction to get those, to make this happen. I fear that we're going to continue in this cycle. We'll be here 2.5 years from now with still not the data that would inform the discussion, and we'll still be talking about nebulous information that may have some inference, but we're not sure how much we can infer from the data that we're gathering from other areas. While this information won't solve the debate, it will surely shed much needed light and allow us to work from the same sheet of music in this process. Thank you.
Any questions for any of these folks? Thanks. So we'll call the staff back. So we have, obviously, from what you've presented before and the conversations we've had, three decision areas related to this. The one that we've spent the most time discussing has been, I think, the climate decision. And I think to resume that conversation, if that's okay with everybody, Kyle, for you folks who have given some thought to this, this is one where I think we need to be crystal clear in terms of what we are deciding and what we are not deciding. So we don't have, I mean, I think it's a good practice anyway, but I think we want to make sure that we don't have people going home from either the board or from the audience or from the staff wondering what that was. So,
okay. So maybe I'll try to rephrase a little bit of what I heard, and you guys can correct me, all of you, if I don't get this right. So we talked about climate change option 1B light. And so that would include a high level contextual information around general patterns of climate change, species shifts at a high level, and then also stream flow. Now, part of the, does that sound right so far?
Yeah, we heard variations on that last one. On stream flow. You talked about broader hydrologic conditions. Previously, you had talked, I think, about drought or water stress or whatever.
Okay. So that context, that would be contextual information that we would bring back to the board. The thing that gets a little bit fuzzy, just to be honest, is how we bring that information into your sufficiency decision making process. We have not had a conversation about how that relates to specifically the statutes that guide your decision process in 527, 714, and 765. So it could be contextual, but if you wanted to include that in your decision making around sufficiency, we would need to have a subsequent conversation internally and also with DOJ to make sure you guys are on a solid path for how you consider that in your sufficiency decision.
Yeah, if I could, Kyle. So I think that's an excellent idea. I really think we need clarity from DOJ on that. But one thing to consider is the studies that have been pulled together from the literature search, literature review, have all been conducted in the past, correct?
Correct.
Our sufficiency determination is based upon conditions today. Given the fact that climate is changing, how do we go about, or not, considering how those results from those studies might be played out on the ground today, since they occurred in the past. I don't have an answer to that. I'm just saying that that might be one way that we need to at least consider, in a contextual sense, climate change and interpretation of those results.
And I don't disagree with that. I think the challenge, at least for me right now, is I don't know how to bring that to you guys in terms of how you frame your decision. And go ahead.
I think there are two issues here. One is, if the board has background information in a contextual sense, we can use that when we make our decisions. And I think that's something that's incumbent upon every board member sitting around the table. I'm not necessarily convinced that it's staff's responsibility to make sure that we have that information. I think that's just incumbent upon us to do the homework. The other, though, is the interpretation of the sufficiency rule and how any of that information does or does not come into play when we determine sufficiency.
Yeah, I think we can't answer that today. We will, by the time we're making a sufficiency decision, I think we're going to have an opinion from them in hand that gives us and you clarity about what we can and can't do.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, because if we do want that sufficiency work, then this is all new work by DOJ, and it's in uncharted territory. And I think, where does that put us on this 2 to 5 month timeline if we do that rather than just providing it contextually?
It would put us on the 5 month end of that view, because like Peter mentioned, that's new work for DOJ. It would also be new work for us, and we would also have a process for how to integrate that. So we can't just rely completely on DOJ in that process.
Go ahead.
Why? I guess I don't understand why it's such a long delay. Or is there some other mechanism that we can use to be sure that we stay on a reasonable timeline here?
So, may I?
Yeah.
So what I heard, and I want to be clear about what I heard you were saying, is that if we make the sufficiency decision on the impact of current practices on stream temperature, we're in the realm of the way we make decisions under sufficiency. And what I thought I heard Brenda say, and I'll ask her to verify, is that there's always uncertainty around the science and the information saying what the impacts are. And she's saying if we just get the contextual information, then it does provide board information about how they judge uncertainty about the current impacts. And so they're not directly, I think the area that we would get into a problem with in terms of climate change and sufficiency is if we were trying to say what's going to happen in the future due to forest practices is the realm we're not in. We're always judging current science around uncertainty, and that it becomes a value judgment no matter which way you try. I mean, we can provide, but that is so.
That's exactly right. I thank you and I thank Joe for that clarification regarding sufficiency. Sufficiency is determined, as I understand it, around the condition as it exists now. Is the current forest management taking place right now insufficient to protect that resource, right? But to make that determination, we need to understand how to take the information that's available to us and interpret that under current conditions. And so there is some contextual interpretation inference that has to occur. And I'm sure, based upon my year on the board so far, that we're all going to interpret it a little bit differently, but hopefully we come up with a majority opinion on it. And that's where I think the climate change information could be useful at a very high level, and just simply getting the copies of these studies, which are listed, but not there isn't a literature cited section where the full citation is given, so that would be helpful. And maybe information from Cindy or others, I don't know, but just some high level information to help us do what Peter just described. Not to look forward 10 years and say, climate is going to create a condition 10 years from now that's going to be insufficient, so therefore we need to make a decision now. I don't want that. What I want to do is be able to interpret the current information that we have available in today's circumstances.
Can I just make a quick distinction between the different materials that you were just referring to, using past literature and then interpreting it for how that applies today? That is on forest practices. That information is about the effective forest practices, whereas the information we would be providing is on the impacts of climate change. So, but I'm not saying that we should not be looking for that information. I definitely believe we should be. I'm just saying the distinction between that information.
No, thanks for that, Ariel. I think we're going to talk more about that this afternoon when we talk about the more in-depth analysis of climate change within ODF policies. But the two are inseparable. Forest management is conducted with climate being a constraint on what is possible. And so as climate changes, those constraints change. So therefore, we need to consider in everything that ODF has done, it will do, how climate is likely to impact that. The two are completely linked.
So
I think,
Peter, can you?
what I think I'm hearing, and I would like, board confirmation, is that they would like this option 1B light on the 2-month side. And so what I'm hearing is that what they would like to do is to use external resources to provide sort of a synthesis and a overview of climate change impacts in sort of 3 areas: hydrological, well, 4 maybe: hydrological change and drought, air temperature, and species migration at a high level, to give contextual information.
And synthesis is an important word, at least for me. Yeah.
Yeah, and so that it won't be just a compilation of literature, but we'll try to find someone that's done some of this work. I appreciate Cindy's volunteer, but I think it'll be a little, I would prefer having you participate as a board member. But so I think we can find somebody. Then it would be used for contextual information around using the current framework for deciding sufficiency. That's already teed up to have DOJ come and talk about how we make decisions now. It would not include, if we're going to stay on the 2-month timeline, it would not include a review of DOJ in a more comprehensive way. That we'll talk about, we can talk about that this afternoon and think about that in the comprehensive view. So what we're talking about is sort of the addition of a piece of contextual information, a synthesis of what existing literature there is in science. And that will take a little bit of time because, as you suggested, you want stakeholders to weigh in and, not have, have some feedback on perhaps who should, or if we could get a panel. So is that,
Could just add sort of one thing, and that is in terms of the time frame, rather than thinking of 2 months, I think we need to think in terms of 0 to 2 months extended duration. Because if we do go at the 2 months extension, that means that this decision hits the same meeting as our HCP FMP decision. And that would be one hellacious meeting. And so I would prefer to try to do what we can without any extension.
And with, yeah, thanks for that. And I'll let Kyle talk about what he thinks the timeline is. But if we want to be thinking about it, the March agenda is nearly set. And
so April would be the next time we could consider bringing contextual information from external resources. And then we do, like Peter mentioned, we have had that conversation with DOJ, and they've prepared materials like they did in the past for the riparian rulemaking around the existing authorities for sufficiency. So that conversation could happen in June, which would then tentatively, we're planning for a July sufficiency decision. That could still be on track.
So that's,
I think,
that's the climate issue here.
I
Right?
think that's for the decision two.
Yes.
What's the climate change?
So do we need a formal motion on that?
Well, I think we should have a motion that basically, supports what, if everybody's okay with this, what Peter just laid out. I think everybody okay with that? All right. Then is there a motion?
So I move that with respect to the climate change decision, that we go for option 1B lighter as summarized by Peter with the time frame as laid out by Kyle.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So now we'll go back to the other two issues. So why don't we start with the advisory committee? We have the objectives. This is about the advisory committee objectives.
I move we adopt the objectives as outlined in the staff report.
For a second.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 As a quick follow-up to that, if I could, I think I approve that as well. But there was some discussion about being more explicit about stakeholders involved in that. So I think we just need to.
Yeah, and I think you guys.
Yes, we definitely heard that.
Yes.
Yep. Thank you.
Good point. And then the other item is the work plan.
I have a question for Kyle, and with my apologies that personal life has kept me less prepared than I want to be. In your presentation, you listed the ODF DEQ collaboration point. Could you elaborate specifically on what you're hoping to see in the work plan as an outcome of that collaboration by the time we reach the sufficiency decision point?
That's a good question. I appreciate your everything you've been dealing with. So thank you for that. So we've had several conversations with DEQ at this point, and we've developed, as I think Terry mentioned, a leader's intent document, also a scope of work document for what that would include with DEQ. And we've had several meetings, like I said, with them. The plan right now is to think through a list of questions that we've got in front of us, both from the ODF perspective as well as DEQ. And really, again, it really goes back to the statutory authority of how our agencies work and the differences between how we view sufficiency decisions. I'm not clear right now how we would bring that into the framework of a sufficiency decision by July for this board.
So when we had DEQ here, when we were talking about the collaboration, one of the discussion points that I believe they offered was some analysis that they thought they could get done. And it was almost sounded more as a matter of prioritization of what area of the state they did the analytic work on first. Has there been any further discussion that maybe because of our work planning, there would be some real advantage for them to proceed with the analytic work in the Siskiyou region in an expeditious manner so that that information would be available to us when we're making a sufficiency decision?
That's something we can discuss. I would hate to be speaking about another agency and how they're able to prioritize their workload, especially in light of they have a lot going on, especially with the 14 TMDLs they have to redo. And I do know that the rogue area was not put number one. So I can't say yes or no because I wouldn't want to speak for them.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And obviously we can't direct their work. But I did get the impression when they were there that if we strongly expressed an interest in having that information to help inform our decision making, that it would be heard and potentially have some impact on their work prioritization. So I'd like to encourage you to make that clear and let them know how much we would appreciate having that information if they were able to get it in their work planning so that it was available for our sufficiency decision. And that at least from my perspective, obviously they've got their own priorities, but from my perspective, having that information from them, I'd rather hear that before I would anywhere else in the state from what they have. And so I would encourage you to relay to them how critical and important we think that is for our decision.
Yeah, so you just got to always remember they're looking at watersheds, not specifically. So that's always the crux of it, right? Is they're looking at broad watersheds. So you always have to keep in mind what they provide.
Yeah, definitely. In this case, there is not complete, but reasonable overlap between our Siskiyou region and their rogue watershed.
Yeah, but they're always looking at cumulative effects, right?
You bet.
So
I understand.
That's the world. That's what I'm learning as being a liaison, is they're looking at those cumulative effects, and that's the world that they live in.
Yes.
Right? Which is a little different than our world. So
yes. Yeah. No, I understand completely, but
So
I would love to have that as much as they could tell us.
Maybe to find a middle ground between Joe and Cindy here, I think that the analysis of the DEQ data at the watershed level would provide a valuable context for us in interpreting any other information that might be available.
I guess I'm wondering a little bit about when we had DEQ present that information, is that sort of the middle ground on how you would consider what would be valuable?
So they've actually got a process to do some analytic work. And the decision on, which watershed they're going to do it on first, to the extent that we can, I would love to encourage them to do it expeditiously on the Rogue Basin so that we then have the data analyzed and for us to understand and consider contextually within our sufficiency decision. It's better than just having anecdotal information or unanalyzed information. If they could actually do the analysis that they were talking about, that would be a nice step forward in understanding and information.
So we're happy to carry that information forward to them, but they're driven by higher powers than us. Thank you.
Okay. So back to the question then.
So then I would move that we adopt the work plan as proposed with the addition that they're going to carry the message to DEQ on this specific point, as well as the ongoing collaborative work that they're doing that's proposed in here.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Wait.
Heard additional work, and are we understanding what addition? I heard carry a message. Happy to do
what I'm
that.
talking
Is
about.
that the additional work?
That's the additional
Carrying the
work.
message.
Carrying the message, yeah.
Thank you for asking.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And they may
As a
actually be listening today.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. So I'm not anticipating that you will have to do additional work, but other than let them know that we would be very, very happy if they would prioritize the analysis here in addition to all the other stuff that you all have in the work plan.
That's a
to
good way
collaborate.
of actually conveying it. That we would be happy. Yes.
Cindy, as liaison, I'll make sure that we convey that message at the next meeting.
So I think I asked for the ayes. I don't, any opposed, then the motion carries. So thank you. Anything else? Any questions? We're all clear here. Good. This is really constructive. Really appreciate the work that you guys have put together on this as well. And is this your last meeting with us, Marganne?
That's correct. It's my last meeting.
Ah, well, thank you again very much. Appreciate it. Terrific. We will break until.
Well, lunch is here and available. And I don't know if DOJ has arrived, but we're scheduled for 12 to have a working lunch in our executive session. So I would just request that board members gather lunch and be in the class-up room by 12.
Yes, or even
5 minutes till,
yes.
5 minutes till 12. And we'll be reconvening here at 1. So,
yes. Well, that was a good. Let's, we'll reconvene now and go to agenda item 5, agency budget development. Welcome.
Okay. So good afternoon, Chair Imeson, members of the board, State Forester Doherty. For the record, my name is James Short, Assistant Deputy Director for Administration for the department. I'm here before you with regards to agenda item 5, the guiding principles for the 2021-23 agency request budget. The purpose of this agenda item is to secure the board's input and approval on the initial set of guiding principles developed by the agency's executive team for the next budget development. Since the start of this biennium, the department has been working on strategic planning and budget development for the next biennium. To be effective with the budget development over the next 11 months through the finalization of the governor's recommended budget, joint engagement by the agency leadership, the board, and the stakeholders is necessary and is part of our operating model. This past October, strategic initiatives were brought to the board at the Board of Forestry retreat. This included preliminary policy option packages, legislative concepts, and the Board of Forestry work plan items. The next steps involve establishing the guiding principles for budget development. Having a set of guiding principles adds credibility to our budget development process and to our agency request budget. It also provides us with a roadmap. As in previous bienniums, the agency's executive team has come up with a set of guiding principles for the budget process. There are 12 principles of budget development. And as I walk you through these principles, I invite the board to discuss and provide the department with direction on needed changes, additions, or deletions to these principles.
And as you do that, could you mention whether these are the same or different from the last set of guiding principles?
Okay, I believe all 12 of them are the same, except for there's some on principle number 2 has some changes this year.
That's great, thanks.
Okay. So the first budget principle is to promote an open and transparent process with employees and stakeholders and seek and encourage public input. Principle number 2, maintain core business functions and customer service as a priority while maintaining an agency-wide perspective rather than siloed programs. Sufficient capacity must be retained to meet the board and department's basic mandates, including fire protection, managing state forests, forest regulation, administrative and financial support, as well as natural resource policy, development, and dissemination. That last sentence is where the change was. Principle number 3, identify and address service gaps that exist between the current budget and the budget needed to implement legal mandates, the Board of Forestry work plans, and key components of the agency's strategic initiatives.
I can mind if I just interject here at this point. Not everybody was on the pre-board calls, and I made this point on the pre-boards, is that the part in this in particular that links to the next topic, which is our board work plans. You will find out that you have more desires than I have capacity to support. And it's forcing you to prioritize and perhaps prioritize where you would not, where you think, God, we ought to do it all. The solution to that is to identify the gap and direct the department to create a policy option package. You want to be a little bit more general than just a specific topic, but for instance, and we can reprioritize to some degree, which we're doing around climate change within a small margin. But that's the other way that when you think about your work plans, if you're getting to a point where you're having to prioritize and we're leaving an important thing off the list, then work you can direct the department to do is to develop a policy option package. So just in thinking about, I wanted to bring that up explicitly because we're on a tight time frame. So when are our policy option packages due?
At the end of this month, DAS will be providing us with the budget instructions, and we will know the kickoff and the dates and the times for the timeline at that time. So I believe the meeting is January 29th for the first initial set of instructions.
And the next time we'll be bringing back our policy packages to the board?
The next time we will be back is at the April board meeting with the draft policy option packages. And then we'll have the finalization at the June board meeting.
Thanks. Sorry to.
That's helpful. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Principle number 4, be creative and proactive, but realistic in concept development and proposals, recognizing the balance between and asking for needed resources while considering budget climate, stakeholder, and legislative expectations and revenue constraints. Principle number 5, maintain a viable, effective, highly skilled, and empowered workforce and organization. Principle number 6, identify and capture opportunities to increase efficiencies and effectiveness. Principle number 7, ensure that individual revenue sources fund a fair and equitable portion of the internal service costs that are in direct relation to services and products utilized by the program. Principle 8, align with the board and agency missions, legal mandates, strategic initiatives, performance measures, and the governor's priorities. Principle 9, partner with other state natural resource agencies on issues of mutual interest. 10, innovate new ways for revenue generation, providing services and stakeholder outreach and involvement that aim to reduce vulnerability to cyclical fluctuations. Principle number 11, be responsible to changes in the situation during the development process itself, and be flexible to change direction or course if needed. And finally, principle 12, clearly communicate the results of budget investments or reductions that impact forest resources and prioritize services that directly benefit, protect, and sustain Oregon's forest resources. And next steps. The agency and the board will use these budget principles as a guidance document. The agency will be developing draft policy option packages for the board to review at the April meeting. And then the agency will seek formal board approval of policy option packages at the June board meeting. And finally, the agency will present for formal board approval, the agency request budget at the July board meeting. Thank you. Any questions?
Well, all of this is sort of mom and apple pie, so hard to argue with any of it, but I've heard Peter talking about updating our values at some point and including more about diversity and equity. So it seems like the number 5, where we say maintain a viable, highly effective, highly skilled and empowered workforce, we might want to add diversity in there and maybe replace maintain with some sort of expand upon, or whatever the wordsmithing would be.
Yeah, and so sort of a diverse workforce.
Yeah, sort of a focus on, we don't have a hugely diverse workforce here. And so this is one of the places where we might just put the wording in there.
And
This may be jumping ahead, but I'm wondering for item 6 and 9, is there any discussion among other agencies with regards to creating a policy option package that would address a comprehensive analysis of climate change effects on natural resources as a whole?
I serve on the Natural Resources Directors Cabinet, and there hasn't been a discussion of a policy option package for that. There has been ongoing coordinated work on climate mitigation and adaptation. And I think, some hope is that, if they passed a climate bill and created the climate authority, that would be funded and authorized to support that kind of effort. And then I think it might lead to then some policy options. The effort that they focused on in the Natural Resource Directors in terms of a coordinated effort was the 100-year water vision. And so there's a policy option package associated around the 100-year water vision. We don't have a piece of that in the sense that we prioritized investments where there would be the biggest bang for the buck. And so when you're investing to have improvements in water quality or quantity, forestry isn't the place to get a big return on the investment. If you thought about it in terms of moving the needle from water quality, going from very high and high water quality to higher and higher, isn't as important as going from very low water quality or compromised water quality into making significant improvements for the same amount of money. And when we see the water quality trading, we see the same interesting dilemma, is that they're investing in areas where there's no shade whatsoever when you think about temperature.
Maybe just to rephrase my question, to what degree do FTE from multiple natural resources agencies work collaboratively on issues that span different departments? Is that a common thing or not?
Among the natural resource agencies, that's a really good question, and we could probably bring sort of as an informational thing. We do that in a number of areas through the water quality, the natural resources. So the big efforts, there's a water quality core team. So all water quality issues And it's kind of like the old core team that was around when they developed the Oregon plan for salmon and watershed. So that we're closely coordinated on that. And Kyle Abraham has been our participant on that. For climate change, their DLCD is our lead agency for climate mitigation and adaptation. There's actually a climate change research institute that coordinates very closely with them. And we have a participant that's been working both in adaptation and mitigation. We're tangentially involved, and I'm trying to keep it tangentially, in ocean acidification and hypoxia, just because the nexus for forestry being a stressor to ocean acidification isn't very big. And then I think the work for sequestration, the role we'd play in reducing that should be under a different, broader arena, and particularly under the Climate Authority. But so I'm trying to think of what other area we were starting to talk about working on it. But climate change, certainly, water quality and quantity, and well, those are probably the big areas that we've been working together on.
And to Jim's point, diversity, equity, and inclusion seems like it's another one that could span many different departments.
Oh, yeah. And so that actually is lying in the realm of the executive leadership team. And this is a good conversation. And I serve on that. It's a subset of agency directors across all agencies of various size. And there's several natural resource directors on that. And I actually serve on the subcommittee for equity, diversity, and inclusion. And I have been pushing ELT for in the 2021 that we try to talk the governor into making a big investment in diversity, equity, inclusion, because that's where I see some lacks of data to help us actually even know what our option, where our possibilities are. We're working on very old data. So there's a big effort there, and that's coordinated broader than natural resources. So, and then we've worked together, and we every year hold a diversity, equity, and inclusion conference for all state employees, and the committee participated in that last time.
Brenda, on that one, and I don't remember, I was trying to get Tom to help me remember, but there is a sustainability board or commission that one of the things they're specifically looking at is the inclusion of principles, values, strategies related to DEI across every state department. And because the chair of that group called me, amongst many other stakeholders, to provide thoughts about how this might look different in different places and how to incorporate some of the variation in context across the state.
Any further discussion here? Great. Thanks a lot. We'll see you in April. Next item is we'll take up the good chunk of the afternoon. Agenda item 6, the 2021 board work plans discussion.
So good afternoon. For the record, I'm Chad Davis, Director of the Partnership and Planning Program here at the department. And while the team is getting settled, Peter and I were comparing notes yesterday about sci-fi fantasy novels that we read over the holiday break. And I only bring that up because I'm not going to go over what he read and what I read because I don't remember all the details of all that conversation. I bring it up in the context of, as a child, I really liked Choose Your Own Adventures. And so this is the Choose Your Own Adventure part of the agenda today, where we talk about work plans and the work that the board it gets to have some input and design on, what are the priority topics over the next 2 years that you want to work in partnership with us as department staff on. So today is the start of, well, it's kind of the middle portion of the conversation around work plans. To be clear, we will be seeking approval of these work plans at the March meeting. So this is really, we initiated some conversation around some of the items here, and we'll probably continue that conversation today. We initiated that in October, and today's presentation and materials are a reflection of that shorter conversation we had in October. Of course, that was a non-decision format. And so we're looking for more that kind of input from you today that we will then bring back as a team in March and seek final approval of the 2 work plans. So that's what we really need today. To be upfront about what we need from you is feedback and input to go from draft, or the products that you have now, until final, what we have in March. And really some focus on the potential topics. So we redesigned the template a little bit this year, responding to the board's interest in having input and design on what these work plans look like. So I hope you see that in the materials, and I'm going to talk about that in a little second. But we really would like some discussion and understanding of where your priorities are, so that we, to be clear, the work plans that are in the packets today are not doable from start to finish. There's more there than we probably have capacity to do. And so we are looking for some direction around winnowing those down. And where consensus exists today, great. But we don't likely realize that we don't have time probably to get there on all the items today. And we'll try to incorporate feedback and work between now and March to get there, so that we do have final approvals. So Peter wants to jump in.
So, and again, this is important. I wouldn't worry, what we would need to be able to bring you back, what we can do is really a priorities of what's included that we should develop the work plans around. And at some point, as we start mapping out in more detail what it's going to take to do something like that, because they're still at a very high level, then I think in March, you'll see more of what we think we can do given our current resources. And so then that's when you can say, well, we would like some more resources focused on this, and that would bring back tying it to the budget discussion. But so it isn't important to know exactly how much we can get done, as long as we have a clear priority so that we know what order you want us to tackle these in. Yeah.
So that reflects on my question earlier, Peter. So yeah, I understand that it can lead us to additional budget requests or POPs, but it also might lead us to identifying areas for collaboration with other agencies to achieve a common goal. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was presuming we're not currently doing that. But yeah, I think you're
sort of new opportunities
to collaborate. Yeah, I guess we could look for that. The challenge we sometimes find is working cross agency is less efficient than if we were just, how that collaboration takes time to be successful. And we do it because we think it's the best way to do business on most of the topics in natural resources. But the sense that I would just put a caveat there. I don't think it helps us in terms of workload. There isn't an efficiency gain by being more integrated. What?
I think, I agree with what you're all saying about collaboration. You can just be down a rat hole. On the other hand, as I think about looking at climate change and our work there, there is so much happening. These various Sustainability Commission, Global Warming Commission, work that's already been done that some of it looks like is pretty extensive by other agencies like ODFW. I'm less interested in collaboration and more in stealing the work of others as a general approach to make sure that we're out there not trying to reinvent a wheel that's already at least partially formed by other agencies and so on. So that would be the approach I would be encouraging. I mean, I think there's a huge amount out there, but yeah, that's different from collaboration.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I do appreciate the idea that there could be a nexus there, and we would be really open if we're missing something where we think there's a nexus there to utilize or work to cross agency that could accomplish the same goal. So
I just want to make it clear, I'm open to the Jim Kelly definition of collaboration. It's
Okay.
fine. I think that there are other agencies outside of state agencies too, where
Absolutely,
that kind of stealing can occur.
Yeah, as a mentor of mine once told me, plagiarism is the best form of flattery. So just to kind of reset this a little bit before we dive in, and we usually start with division-specific work in these work plans, and we decided to switch that around, and we're gonna give you a chance to talk about climate change and what the board wants to do around that. That's where we're gonna start kind of getting into the meat and potatoes of these work plans. And then what's left of our time, we will talk about, although I'm gonna make sure that we reserve some time to talk about the division-specific work plans as well. So just to outline what is there, so in the templates that are in the current work plans, whether we keep this template, they'll probably look different in March because this is about having this conversation. We teed up two major sections. One is work in progress, so things that the board's kind of already engaged in is what that largely is made up of, and I hope you realize those are things that you already know of. Most of them are already in existence. There may be a few that are kind of like have been on the back burner that we haven't initiated yet, but most of them are things that are already in existence. So like the forest management plan, for example, is one of those kinds of things. And then the rest of the work plans really kind of tee up potential topics. And this list was generated from listening to you over the last 12 to 18 months, going back, reviewing our own internal notes, and then really kind of honing in on kind of what you all put on the table at the October retreat. And those are the things I think that we probably should focus on most time today to feel like, and then each division chief can talk about Peter talked about capacity is an important piece. How much, given their current workload and how much can they add to that plate with existing resources, and then how might we get additional capacity if that's what the board desires and that's what we need to move that forward. So one other point before we dive into details, so we do have a few board members that are kind of, this is the first time through this process with us. And this time, I said on some calls last week, it is a little different, but it is still the point of this work plan process is really to outline what the board's going to work on for the next 2 years. So that really starts in April of 2020 and goes through March of 2022, which is another 12-month or 24-month cycle to keep in charge of, which is not a fiscal year, a calendar year, a federal fiscal year, or something else. It's a board work plan year. And
I don't know if somebody purposely arranged this way. But a lot of those dates lean on this side of the table a bit more than this side of the table.
Correct. Oh, interesting. And just to recap, they are, we also talked in October, the board talked a lot about kind of agenda development. And just to be clear, this is what we use as the basis to form those out-month kind of board agendas, which then, and Peter's probably going to talk about this, want to be responsive and flexible in terms of how do we fit things in that pop up that are outside of kind of this particular process that we decide on in March. So again, it's the outline of the business for the next 2 years. It helps us as a team stay on task and stay on schedule with the policy decisions that are coming before the board. And it does really form the basis of the agendas that we develop to put business before you. So are there any other process questions before we kind of dive in on, we're going to start technically with the overarching issues work plan, because that's where the climate topic currently resides. And rather than talking about all the division work plans and everybody wanting to talk about climate, we thought we would start with talking about climate and see where that goes. Any process questions before we dive in? And I did ask my good friend Kylo Abraham he'll get the reference, Kylo here beside me as my balance in the force, to sit beside me because a lot of the potential topics, particularly as they relate to climate, and as you all were discussing already this morning, are both kind of listed in the climate section of the overarching issues work plan and also kind of cross-listed in the private forest work plan. So as we go through this, just we want to talk about climate, and I made Kyle sit right here beside me so that the both of us can kind of take the most of this conversation.
Sorry to interrupt, but for the people on this side of the room, new things are going to come up over the next 2 years that are going to kind of be embedded into this work plan, I expect, right? I mean, yeah, okay, I just wanted to make clear that we weren't stuck on this only, but we also.
That's the nimble part.
That's the nimble. So I think it's created some challenges that I did not see coming with new board members coming in and feeling like I can't get in because it's full. It does create a pretty full agenda for the next 2 years, but built into the next retreat is a time for looking and readjusting. I will be talking to you this afternoon about some other look aheads on a more nimble, so that every year I don't think you'll find sufficient to be able to have that nimble. So I'll suggest an approach for a more frequent review and look ahead of the agenda. And so we can then also perhaps see where there's holes where we have an opportunity to provide something new in as well, or reprioritization. So traditionally, yeah, it's been once a year review, but we'll talk more about being more adaptable.
Thanks for that clarification. Sorry.
Okay, so I'm scrambling to find my paperwork, and so to start just open the topic on kind of climate, forest carbon, and what the board wants to do. I think we can reference the overarching issues work plan, which is pretty open-ended, just to be frank about it. Although there are things that I tried to put in there again that we think we have heard, at least one board member put on the table. And some of those, again, like I said earlier, are cross-referenced over there. There has been work that we have brought before the board around kind of the forest ecosystem carbon report piece. And we are planning to bring the sister to that report, the Harvested Wood Products Report, back before this board as well. That's on a trajectory of kind of June-ish timeframe, which is a companion to that part in the ecosystem piece. However, you look on the bottom line, which is pretty small, and that I is that little lowercase I is what is that is referencing that Harvested Wood Products Report. The rest of those boxes are pretty blank. So, Peter, I don't know if you want to weigh in here, or we want to just kind of open up with kind of more of a general question about what the board's priorities are for climate.
Well, thank you, Chad. I think it's really a good idea to start with sort of the overarching things across the region. Certainly one of those. And the other one, I think, is of course. So those are two things we'd like to have some real input on and get some direction on. And we do have a body of work, but it's been scattered throughout the divisions and in the division work plans. I think that's made it somewhat hard for people to see that we have we've been doing a lot of work on climate change. So that's just a thought, because I think if you look at the agenda item 6, attachment 5, page 3 of 5, we've talked about, the forest carbon report, forest ecosystem carbon report, the harvested wood products carbon report that we presented in draft. We presented what every division is doing to incorporate climate change in their normal business. And so those are 3 reports that we've presented this last year to the board. And so there's ongoing work. And then separately to that, State Forest included climate change as a principle and as a goal in their state forest management plan. Climate change shows up in the forestry program for Oregon, more around carbon storage in forest. So it is scattered around. So I think thinking about it holistically would actually be really useful. And then on page four, there is a list of things that we've gleaned from discussions of different things that could be included under a climate change work plan or climate change topic.
Yeah, I'll start. I have a couple of comments with those. The first bullet, impact of climate change and forest water quality, including riparian buffer widths. I think we need to expand that a little bit, really to riparian buffer function, not only widths. I think widths is a part of it. I mean, that's a piece of it. But I think there's more. There's a lot more to riparian function than simply buffer widths. The other aspect that I didn't see really here was in talking about forest carbon is the contribution of wood products to the system. So in respect to state forests and other policy choices that we use, make sure there's some sort of reference to the contribution of wood products to carbon.
Yeah, seems to me that there are kind of several different ways of approaching the climate issue within all the things that ODF does. One is a policy analysis, and that is to look at all of the policies in place that ODF is responsible for and ask in each one, how might changes in climate over the next X number of years influence our ability to achieve the goals implicit in these policies? And then ask the question, should the policy be changed in some way to reflect our ability to achieve those goals in the future, right? Another is getting back to Peter's kind of holistic view here, is asking whether there are new policies that we need to be thinking about that deal with the effects of climate on adaptation and mitigation. Is species migration likely to occur? And if so, then how do we deal with that? Is that something that humans should be assisting or not? There are all sorts of other sorts of things like that I think we need to take into consideration. And then the last is the whole carbon. So those are the climate change effects. The other is the carbon storage. And I listened in on the governor's workshop held in Portland. Was it the end of January? Is that, or end of December? I think it was the end of December. And it's pretty clear. You were there, Jim?
It's a blur.
Yeah. It's pretty clear that the governor and the current administration is really keen on having Oregon contribute to sequestering carbon and moving the state to being more carbon neutral, if not carbon neutral. And I agree that some wood products can contribute to that. Some are going to be less able to contribute to that. And I think that needs to be part of the picture. But also, what should we be doing where we can find a win-win scenario, where we can find, and there have been several papers published about this recently, providing habitat for species X, Y, and Z while also sequestering carbon at the same time. And so those sorts of, or using silvicultural practices, which provide wood products, but also are sequestering carbon in certain ways, whether it be in the soil or down wood or standing trees. So I think there are those three buckets that I see: the policy analysis, kind of the new policies, and then the carbon sequestration as a mitigation technique for climate change.
Yeah, if I could just sort of piggyback on one and reference your desire to have Kyle right next to you because of the relationship. Certainly, I think there are a lot of private forest, Forest Practices Act policies that need to be part of that review, but I think it extends beyond private forests. I think at an agency level across all of our business, we need to be looking at our existing policies and exploring whether or not there's areas across all fronts where there's a need for new policies. And while I'm sure a ton of the workload will lie on private forests, I don't think it's entirely restricted there.
And if I could just piggyback on that, I think private forests clearly are a huge piece of the puzzle, but the fire division, clearly there's issues that need to be addressed there. And from a policy standpoint, state forests, what are we going to be doing in the state forests to not only achieve the habitat goals under perhaps an HCP, perhaps an FMP, but also sequestering carbon at the same time. So I think it spans the entire department.
And beyond that, if I can just add one, beyond that, I think it also has some infrastructure concerns. So I think admin needs to be looking at that. It wasn't too long ago that your building went through some major renovations, and we've got a number of facilities that are in areas that are potentially needing some examination to see if we need to climate proof them a little better as we get changes in rainfall patterns and all that sort of stuff. So I really think it is an agency-wide thing. It's not just a land management thing, but much broader.
Yeah, I was just going to say that the Wildfire Council work and report was certainly understands the importance of climate change, and while similar to our previous discussion, it wasn't necessarily integrated immediately into everything that is there. The context very much was part of the conversation and the framing of the recommendations. And one of those recommendations moving forward as a way to improve QRA is to begin to model in the effects of climate change. So to some extent, I agree that this needs to go department-wide, but there's a really strong body of work with regard to the fire department. Yeah.
Other comments? So what I've heard is there's sort of three buckets: policy analysis of existing policy, new policy, what kind of new policy around mitigation and adaptation, and then carbon storage is one. But what I haven't heard about is what are the board's goals and objectives for climate change. And so and I have that listed here, the revision, climate goals and things, because lots of times I hear we want to store carbon, and is that really the goal? And so I would just ask.
I would like to talk to about that issue specifically in terms of carbon sequestration, because I think we really need to take a very sophisticated look at different forests and with the search for the nexus of where good timber management and carbon, where the opportunities are at the same time with carbon sequestration. I think I think the public and many people out there look at this issue and think of forest carbon sequestration as like we don't cut any trees again, and we take it out of timber production. And I've certainly seen the examples where that's not true, that we're actually taking certain forests where there's opportunity to have more standing timber and actually better timber coming out of that and better production. I'm very, really interested in, and I know we have a whole big variety of forests throughout the state, but for us to really focus on finding the best opportunities that it still keep as many of these forests that are currently in timber production, but at the same time finding the best opportunities for sequestration.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to get at is our goal sequestration or is our goal climate mitigation? Is our goal actually having a positive effect on climate change? Is that the, yeah.
Neutrality.
Well, I think I would go back to the governor's meeting in Portland. There's a statewide set of goals that she's trying to achieve. What can the forestry sector do to contribute to those statewide goals?
Right, and what, and I think that's good, but I want to try to have the board think.
It can't be an either or entirely, which is what I'm trying to get at. You know, I don't think any of us are interested in destroying the timber industry in Oregon simply in favor of carbon sequestration alone.
Yeah, and I guess the goal I thought wasn't carbon sequestration, but was carbon neutrality of our economy from the governor's office, that we reduce our carbon dioxide additional load by certain levels in 2015. And I think if you want to have that as a goal, I think you can, if what your goal is carbon sequestration, you can go down a path where you're having unintended consequences. If the goal is actually climate mitigation, then you have to take a broader view. I think it gets at what Jim's saying. It's not simply store all trees, no harvest whatsoever. If there is carbon storage in wood products, and wood products are the most efficient material in terms of CO2 compared to the alternative, which is concrete and steel. And so the question is how does this fit with the work we saw up with mass timber? And so I think having a conversation first about what our goals and getting alignment on that and doing some work with the forestry program for Oregon, I think is going to be important to talk through those issues. I hope I'm clear.
Well, maybe. So it depends upon what kind of goals you're looking for. Are you looking for overarching goals that mesh with the governor's agenda? Or are we looking for more specific goals that relate to certain economic sectors within the state? Because I think those are not necessarily, those should be, those are both reasonable goals, but the way you approach them is very different. So for instance, we want to be sure that the timber economy in the state of Oregon is sustained on into the future, even in the face of climate change. That means we need to understand what tree species are going to be constrained in their productivity in certain parts of the state over time. There's a specific goal. How do we go about doing that? Or do we say, we want to be sure that carbon is sequestered in wood products and therefore identify those wood products where carbon sequestration is going to be the greatest? That's another goal. The two are related because you have to have trees to cut to create those timber products, but they both too might be somewhat irrelevant in the face of the contribution of CO2 from our transportation sector. Right, so, and everything that I just spoke about is also driven by the transportation sector. So, I guess the question I have for you, and I guess for the staff, is what level of goals are you looking for that would be helpful for you? Is it very specific things that deal with a specific agenda? Or is it a broader set of goals that allow us to develop strategies to help you get there?
So what I'm hoping for is a set of goals that clarifies what we do want to work on. And I think your examples were perfect. Depending on the goal you pick that you're trying to achieve, then yes, you would have different strategies and different answers. And so when staff's trying to work on this topic in the absence of knowing what we're trying to achieve, it gets very difficult to do the work. and so far in our discussions around climate change, it has not been, we don't have those. We do have some specific goals and we are meeting those, and those are currently in the forestry program for Oregon. What I think the setting the policy goals at that level and then working down, because there's really sort of more, they have an overall goal. We could look at that, and then coming up with objectives and more specific goals under that would help focus that work. I just think that that's a piece that the board doesn't have full alignment on.
And so, Peter, to bring that back, I'm thinking what you're teeing up there, and Brenda, maybe this helps with that, because I think maybe the answer is both. Both levels of goals is really looking at goal G of the forestry program for Oregon and maybe starting there, which is an overarching high level goal, but then can unpack into whether we call them objective strategies or whatever we want to call them. But the specificity gets, we drill down a little bit. And that might be a place, in addition to the other things that you've already mentioned, something that the board chooses to take on is kind of really looking at that particular goal of the FPFO and starting, maybe that's where we start an FPFO refresh with, specifically around the climate goals, capsed in there.
I see the benchmark of a carbon neutral Oregon wonderful as a benchmark, but I do, also looking at the forestry program for Oregon, if you look at the value number one, it is a global context. And so I think we can't exclude the global situation in our deliberations and our goals.
Yeah, and so but no, this has been, so first of all, thanks for providing this input and discussion. And this is what will really, I think, help us begin to move forward and be able to set up a plan. So what did the other board members feel about re-looking at goal G and seeing if it, it's 2011, it's 9 years old?
I think that's the right way to go about it.
And so then what I've heard and want to confirm is, so some work, perhaps starting the revision with the forestry program for Oregon around goal G. I had also heard before you wanted to look at some values, but not micromanage that. But in terms of the climate, what I've heard is 3 big buckets. Policy analysis of existing policy with the frame of how would climate change affect the achievement of the policy goal. I heard a bucket on new policies that may or may not be needed to address climate mitigation and adaptation. Did I get?
And maybe to add to that after this discussion is the contribution to the statewide goals.
Great. And then the third one was looking at the role of, and I will restate it, we talked about carbon storage and carbon sequestration. And I would say, I would try to make that a broader bucket, look at the role of forestry and forest management in climate mitigation and adaptation.
Yeah, and I like that broadening, particularly given the specific examples that Brenda gave. One of the things I think feels to me like an area of responsibility for this board is to do what we can to ensure that we've got state policies that best equip the state to maintain functional forest ecosystems into a climate changed future. And so I think it's yes, carbon sequestration is important, but I think we've got to broaden up quite a bit to deal with how do we maintain functional forest ecosystems into a climate changed future.
And that would be in the adaptation.
Yep, that's why I was happy to hear you add the word.
Okay. So do we have, so how are you guys feeling about writing up a work plan on this?
Yeah, no, I feel like there's definitely enough there to bring back something in March, and we can unpack that. So what I want to make sure before we move on is, well, there is this kind of cross reference to the FPFO piece, but I want to make sure that we've got a few things captured. So there's three aspects of what Brenda put on the table around policy review. And that was offered, I think, more holistically across the agency, and also with no pejorative statement around general terms, where some of the things in the work plan and overarching issues and also in Kyle's, some of the bullets are they're more specific. So I just want to make sure that the recalculation or the re-articulation of that policy review and those three aspects that were put on the table are encompassing of, and that we don't need to necessarily talk about the specific things that we had previously kind of put on the table. So that's, as long as we bring portion and realizing that some of those things haven't gone away. So if we propose back a work plan to do the policy analysis review, existing policies, current policies, and with some eye to that, in terms of taking bites of the apple around that piece, there might be more interest in certain aspects of some of the department's work that are in particular divisions and others as a starting place. So that's where it's kind of more of a stepwise is what I'm teeing up, is kind of looking around the table, thinking about, as we propose that back, we're not going to do all that in 1 year, a stepwise approach, and we will work internally to figure out how a stepwise approach to that policy analysis makes sense.
And one of the things I think would be important is to go back and relook, because we've done, sort of we've done work in fire around what are our expectations, and we're forced to be adaptable since we're suffering from the impacts right now. But I think documenting what work's been done and what work hasn't been done, and then what, some of the potentials are. And I don't know if there are certain things you want to try to identify now as higher priority among the policies. So at the next, when we do the policy analysis, where do we want to, where are there some that are higher priorities than others?
Slight angled reaction to that question. But that is, obviously, when we were earlier talking about the SISCU rule, we kind of were grappling with how do we proceed with rulemaking in light of climate change, and how do we incorporate what we know about climate change in any rulemaking decision or decision making that we have before us. And so frankly, just at a real fundamental level, it seems to me it might be worthwhile to talk about process and protocol of how do we accomplish that while we've got this longer term, broader range thing going on. We are still going to have decisions coming before the board in the interim. And it might be worthwhile to have some discussion and thought about, in the interim, how are we going to address the issue? Because we don't want to totally ignore it, but we also don't want to delay until the final 3-bucket all-step process has been completed to do anything.
Which is sort of what we did this morning.
Which is sort of what we did today, but I'm thinking, we did it ad hoc today, and it might be worthwhile to give some thought to, was the ad hoc solution we came up with the best one, or is there some better way to accommodate it in the interim?
And so, Cindy, I hear you talking about a process step, and I'm wondering if the board feels like, well, I'm happy to put that on a work plan and say, let's talk about how the board wants to think about, but I guess I'm putting back out here and saying, does it need to be considered in the context of the thing that's before the board, or do you think there's a way, in other words, like, how do you use science? How is the board going to do it? Could we define it? Could we talk about it as a process and then apply it to the individual pieces? Or do you feel like the issues and the topics are so specific that how the board might use climate to inform its decision in the interim is specific to that issue. Am I making any sense?
You are, and I think the answer is yes to both. You know, I think there are going to be some very specific things that are unique to any given decision before us, but I think it would also be helpful for us when we're seeing staff reports to know, you know, here is how we're going to consistently be reflecting what we think we know about climate relative to this decision, and that staff will know what it is that we're expecting that they'll be including in their staff reports, just as a matter of course. And then, you know, there may be some unique things that are, you know, specific to the decision before us that don't apply broadly. But it feels to me like in the 8 years since we first, you know, that raising climate was one of the first things I did when I came on the board. And we've been kind of grappling in this gray area of how, when, and what gets incorporated in any of our decision-making steps, and some clarity might be useful.
You know, one of the things I think very specifically that we'll need to deal with is as illustrated by the Forest Practices Act, where we're unsure of where we stand legally. I think it's inherent on staff to really identify issues like that and any others that where we need direction, help, legislative changes that enable us to deal more effectively with climate change.
So I think that's a real good insight. And, you know, I think we talked about a DOJ review for Forest Practice Act and how does it fit sufficiency. Going back to what level of goals we have, that's further down than the goal of just this fundamental goal. What is the board's current authority around climate change? You know, DEQ, the governor is going to move forward with an executive order if we don't, or at least she has said she's willing to move forward with an executive order if she can't get a climate bill passed through the short session. And there's some agencies with clear authority around air and water quality, you know, with DEQ, it's the air quality regulation, which gives them clear authority to regulate CO2 under their current statutes. I don't know where forestry lies in that realm. So I think thinking about going back to the what is our authority? I don't want to say we don't have it, because often we had fairly broad authority to go change the way we're interacting with federal forests, which I don't think, depending on how we ask the question, we would ever undertaken it. And so I think that could be something to add in at the next level down in the policy analysis as perhaps a first step. Does that make sense?
I think it's one of the first steps. Yeah, I think we need to understand where we stand legally, and if there are changes that need to be made, then what needs to be done by legislature to give whatever organization the authority to
Yeah, obviously, when there are several steps to what you just described, and I think getting this sense of where we stand is really important. And I think then it becomes more complicated. I mean, not in necessarily bad ways, but that's where this, in some cases, collaboration with other agencies, you're gonna, if the legislation passes and you do have a climate authority, that's one place where that conversation should be able to occur. And if that doesn't happen, then there will be other ways of trying to have that collaboration as well. Because at least if I were in the governor's office, I'd want to make sure that some of these things are being looked at in a really coordinated way, rather than a little rifle shot by rifle shot.
But we need that clarity before any policy analysis can be conducted. Otherwise, the policy analysis is potentially moot.
So I don't want to necessarily belabor this, but we've been saying throwing the word policy out pretty loosely, and that's okay. But in terms of the suggestion and the interests on the board, I think we're talking about administrative rules, OARSs. I think we're talking about probably statutes. There are all kinds of other layers of policy that the department has associated underneath that. And so just trying to, I think what I look down the table here and say, what I think we could do and think about in terms of bringing back this work plan is the administrative rule and the statutes pieces, and not necessarily the guidance and the procedures and all those other layers of things that are underneath that. That would really be a really long process. But just testing that's what you're thinking about is the rules that this board makes and or the rules that the department behaves by per legislative direction.
At least for the next biennium.
Okay. At least.
No, I think you're perfectly right. I think those would be things that would potentially, there are things that authorize the board to do work, and there are things that constrain the board's work. And so I think statutes and administrative rules would be the logical place to begin to explore what opportunities there are and what limits there are, in a very broad sense. And then I think once we have that, we could have a sense of, I think then we'd want to be, I don't know if the board wants to be iterative. Once you know where it is, then you might reprioritize what you're focused on. So I think we got a good starting point for the first one. I think on sort of adaptation and mitigation, I think one of the first steps would be just compiling the work that's ongoing now cross-agency around climate change mitigation and adaptation, because there's considerable work going on.
And specifically, as you said, not just the work going on, but how the existing administrative rules and statutes either facilitate or constrain that work.
And I would add the work going on within ODF and using Jim's definition, the work going on in other agencies too that we can use. So.
Yeah, so yeah, and very, I think that's, I thanks for that, because I think that when we look at climate adaptation and mitigation, it is a cross-agency. It's actually DLCD's does an adaptation framework.
So to summarize, and I'll test this too, we move on from the kind of climate part of this agenda and pick it up from there. I think we talked earlier as a team as well that what might be helpful, and Peter, I think referenced this earlier, but I want to put it a little bit more clear in the room, is that we take all of this, which we've captured and have obviously recordings for, and reformat an issue-specific work plan, and call it a climate change or forest carbon work plan, where all of this lives. Some of that work would probably be carried out by the private forest division or by the protection division or by state forest division, and maybe even in administrative services or my team. But when you see a work plan in March, when you see the set of work plans in March, the idea of a kind of climate change focused, which is different than our other work plans, which are more division by division, but more of a theme or an issue based approach, so that the board can feel and see, soup to nuts, what you're tackling over the next 2 years on this topic, including the informational items and all that we've just talked about.
So this would be a change. So we want to get a sense of the board's thought. We could have it live under the emerging and overarching issues work plan as an agenda topic. But so I just want to hear what you think about actually changing that and making it its own work plan. Is that so? We're nodding heads. Is everybody saying?
Like moving it out of the overarching issues. I mean, I appreciate that. It's kind of odd to call it an emerging issue. It is an overarching issue.
That's what I was reacting to, is the emerging. It's emerged.
Well, and so that's the thing, and I think that's what I was, to be honest, that's what I was reacting to. And Sabrina, who's very good at remembering processes, those are separate, emerging and overarching. Right. But I think that there's also something important about the visibility. When you look at the board website, if it's under that, you won't see it, right, unless you click. And so having it as a separate work plan will also
elevate it
in at least a little bit, I think. And my sense of the You know,
So, the one, I'm gonna step back a little bit, Chad, and look at the whole package you've got there, which is ecosystem valuation, forest program for Oregon, and this climate change.
Correct.
I think, right? And you've heard me say this before, so this is a repeat for you, but I still think it's an overarching issue, which is looking at sort of what are the social, economic, and land use factors that affect whether we keep forests as forests, whether forests stay as functional ecosystems, and whether they provide greatest permanent value as we understand that to the state and all of its citizens. And so you have in the past, and I think it's important that we keep tracking it so we understand how population growth and land use change affects the overall landscape of the forests in Oregon. And we understand that pressure that affects also the realization of the goals and values that this board oversees. And so somewhere in this biennium, I'd like to see you continue to sort of give us, and that to me is an overarching issue. So to me, there are a couple overarching issues that just fit in an overarching issue thing. But if for public communication purposes, you think it's better to be standalone, that's up to you. I don't know.
I was just.
Yeah, that's kind of my reaction as well. Wherever you think it's easiest for you to house it and communicate it, as long as what we're understanding is that we're using this either as a separate issue or as a topic under the overarching issues as a vehicle to avoid siloing our agency-wide examination of the issue, and that at various times throughout the year on agenda, we may have people from every single division coming to talk to us about this topic.
And we did last year.
Yeah. And so the where it gets housed is less important to me than that it gets done in that coordinated fashion.
Yes.
My view would be it's becoming increasingly clear to just about everybody in the last couple of years that this is the existential threat to mankind. And if we, as this department does not have the issue front and center on our website or anywhere else, I think we're really shooting ourselves in the foot and not doing our job.
Okay. And I do want to speak to Nils. So there is obviously work in all of the work plans that the divisions have, and maybe it's more obvious in my colleagues' work plans. There are informational items that come before the board, and you're referring to some that are done through my team, and usually those come forward in the September timeframe around kind of when we're taking assessment of issues. But I take your note that they're not captured here, and that they're still important as they relate to context and decisions that the board that are teed up for board decisions.
So you're talking about the land use.
Yep.
Farms, forests, and people.
Yep. Okay, so I need to reserve time to talk about actual division work, but I do want to so I think we touched on FPFO there, and I want to close out this as it's previously known, our overarching issues work plan. What there were two other items, and Nils did correctly identify them as the Forestry Program for Oregon and continuing work on the ecosystem services evaluation work. So with assuming that there is interest, and I think what I wanted to kind of get mostly out of today around the Forestry Program for Oregon is any thoughts around yes or no around refresh. So kind of, I mean, the board hasn't technically said we want to refresh it or we don't, or those kinds of things. We've talked all around it. So just kind of again, look around the room, head nod. Yeah, you want to do some work on that, which we've already said around on the climate change piece. And I think we need to figure out a way, again, a stepwise process that that aligns with the transitions that we're going to see over the next year on this board, particularly on the right-hand side of this table. But what I think I'm hearing today, and I'll just test this a little bit too, is some focus initially on goal G, or the climate work kind of through. So kind of maybe we're kind of aligning work on climate goals with a refresh of the forestry program for Oregon. And in that context as well, kind of tapping back into looking at the values portion of the existing FPFO. And that might be the two things that we could think about focusing on in the short run, and then maybe a handoff to a next board chair.
So, yeah, I'll say a few things that I said in the pre-board meeting, so apologies, Joe, and to the others who heard this before. But as this topic came up, I went back and reread the 2011 version. And then just looking at the questions that you put to us, Chad, and I found that there was a whole lot of wisdom and a lot of value there. There's just a lot of good there. So I certainly, just speaking for me, did not see a process necessary of throwing it out and starting over again. Another thing that I really noticed, I mean, I did notice that the thing is long and wordy and talks about a lot of things that aren't very quantifiable. I would like to see something really edited back, that somebody wasn't, trying to get a term paper and had to have words by the thousands. So that's something I'm interested in. But also the indicators, and it was fascinating to read the history of what had happened there and how the board had changed their mind. But I really felt that as I looked at the indicators, that those could be super useful to this board, especially as we bring in 4 new board members next year. Not in their present format. I think there's too many indicators that are not very easily quantifiable, and if you look at the work that was tried to where they tried to actually report on many of those indicators, it was over and over. We don't have enough information, don't really know, and then there are certain ones that were clearly quantifiable, and what was interesting for me is that there were trends identified in 2011, and I'm kind of going, I'm not sure what the trend is today. I probably have heard it somewhere, but I haven't had regular reporting on that particular indicator and trend. And as I said, this was a classic example, excuse the pun, of not being able to see the forest for the trees. Anyhow, so that's I think pretty much the comments I had on where I think we should be going with it, but I do see a lot of value there.
Just one thing real quick. You referenced the fact that we had that discussion in October at the board retreat. And I think we raised some things there beyond goal G and values in those discussions that might be worth helping to frame the scope then of what we want to do moving forward. But in terms of the way you framed it, given the transition on the board, I mean, I'm totally happy that we take a smaller bite now and tee up, but as part of the handoff notes or the plan, I think we want to keep some of that because we had a really good discussion in October.
And we can go back and look at the minutes for that discussion. One of the things I'm glad you brought up the values, because you referenced one of the values in your use of updating goal G. So I think we want to kind of do those together, because you would not want to develop your goals under a set of values you don't adhere to. So there's some time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and just one other thing, going back to the indicators, I think, a classic indicator is what Nils brought up, and you've brought up many times before too, but is the whether or not we're losing forest land to development. Obviously, super key, super important, and that we need to be constantly following.
Yeah, just to follow up on Jim's comment about indicators, I really think that's a great idea, and I think that's something that we need to all come to agreement on what set of indicators, small set of indicators, are useful to us strategically going forward. Excuse me, but I think it also is something that could be placed on a ODF dashboard. We talked about a dashboard for economics. I think there should be a dashboard for strategic indicators to see how well we're doing as we.
And it's great. And if knowing the history of that, the sustainable forestry indicators was a public process too. And so, you know, you talk about the wordiness and the breadth of indicators. I think, you know, it's a hard decision. What subset of indicators are you going to narrow it down if you really want a manageable amount? And so I think we'll want also a little bit of process discussion as we start going forward, because part of that is we do want a public process, I think, and we want buy-in around the goals and objectives for the forestry program for Oregon by Oregonians. And so,
so on that note, I think though it would be really useful both for the board and for the public to go through that and winnow out and identify the ones that we actually have data that is available that we have been able to use to tee up the discussion then of, so what other indicators were identified, but which we have not been able to use because no one anywhere is collecting the data. And perhaps we need to prioritize the ones that we think would be most important for filling in critical holes and come up with a strategic approach for how we might, either us or in conjunction with other agencies, start getting the data collected so that we don't have this lovely idea with no data to support it.
You know, another way to put that, I think, is that, you know, as it's been called, we deal with some wicked problems. And wicked problems are essentially the ones where we're never going to have all the data. We're never going to be able to put it in an indicator and get it all presented in a nice package, and staff will be able to tell us that, you know, this is the way it is. So, so we wouldn't, you know, that's where I feel like we shouldn't be wasting our time on the issues that we just can't even come close to quantifying. It is our job to still struggle and deal and make decisions. It doesn't, you know, but why waste everybody's time?
Yeah, that's right. Right, and when the board considered all the indicator stuff and the path that we're on now, or the current, there was some of that work done, Cindy, so we can definitely bring that board back in this context. So at the risk of moving us on, I'm going to say now there's 3 interests around the FPFO places to start. One is goal G, like looking at the climate piece, some work on values, and it sounds like clearly some interest in whether we call it a dashboard or we call it indicators or we call it some way to monitor trends associated with that kind of more strategic plan is something that this board is interested in moving on. Okay. So I'm definitely going to quit hogging the mic in terms of the work plan stuff, but Cindy, you seem to have one.
I have one just comment that I hope doesn't trigger off a whole other discussion, but if it does, great. And that is on the ecosystem services valuation component. Just a nod and a note that I've appreciated the work that's been done so far, and am really anxiously looking forward to the next step of triggering from that background, taking the step from that background information to then how do we actually functionally incorporate that into our economic analyses. And I hope, I would love to see something on that before I leave, but if not, knowing that it's coming also is satisfying.
And that is what's proposed here, is to re-engage our partners at OSU to begin as what was basically their recommendation last time as they finished kind of that backgrounder piece that we had, is to do some work with the board around identification of particular services that are of interest to the board that hopefully the board, you know, I think the challenge here is it identifying something that you could use in multiple policy analysis pieces. So again, but at the same time, we need some expertise. I think that we realize that there's not a lot of this work that's been done, particularly not a lot of it's been done in Oregon. It is an exciting opportunity to kind of think about how we would do this work here. And I think we have some good partners at OSU to lean on there. And there may be others that we need to engage as we go through. But to be clear, what's proposed here is not to actually do an ecosystem services valuation, right? Because there's no policy before the board that we're proposing. It's really about building the framework and how would the board use that tool when it came around to the next kind of thing. And part of the discussion we probably need to have is on what policy topics would you employ it? Just 714 analysis, or like at what point would we go there? But we don't need to settle that today. Please don't settle that today.
Although, given what we've talked about today, does the board have a sense of how they would prioritize these three topics?
Yeah, for me, it's tough to prioritize because they're all at different scales in my mind. And the economic how do we incorporate ecosystem services valuations into our economic analysis during rulemaking is something that I think is really key and important every time we're making a rulemaking decision. Because, we were forced to not have I was forced to make a decision, let me rephrase it that way, on the riparian rule without a comprehensive economic analysis. And so I felt like I was shooting in the dark a little bit on trying to make assumptions about the trade-off on ecosystem services between the decisions because they weren't explicitly included in your economic analysis. So it was a piece of information that I would have found useful that was missing. And I think every time I come to a decision making, that would be true. On the other hand, for me, the overarching figure out where we stand as an agency with respect to climate change is, absolutely my top issue.
I would add, because of this side of the table and the benefit of the document updating this forestry program for Oregon for upcoming board members, which is imminent, right? I think that becomes, I see that as a very high priority in this list of three, I guess.
Continuing on this side of the table, I guess. So I agree with Cindy that it's difficult to prioritize, but I do agree that climate change is the thing that we're hearing from science, from policy, from social work, that is the one thing that we need to be paying closest attention to at this point. Because whatever we do now is going to have long-term effects. So I put that one right up top. I agree with Joe that the forestry program for Oregon definitely needs some revision. I'm not saying we rewrite the whole thing. I think some editing, some conciseness, some rethinking of some of the values and indicators, but we're not going to rewrite the whole thing. And I would suggest that process begins after that side of the table leaves. Right, so that the new people coming in have a voice in where this is going. Otherwise, I think we're going to come into the same problems that I felt like I came into with the current one. And then the economic evaluation, it sounds like there's work being done, and we need to be kept appraised of that, but we need to be ready to be able to use some of that information when we do have rulemaking that we're faced with. And I would just offer up another name, OSU folks. I know them well. I work with them all the time. Jeff Klein with the Forest Service is another one who has done quite a lot of ecosystem service valuation within the context of forest management trade-offs. And so that's another place you might think about.
Yeah, thanks for that. The one thing
you didn't ask Jim, you didn't ask me.
I'm waiting.
Mills.
Well, I thought he was going to speak up. I just was going to comment. I appreciate everything you said and really value it. And I think it's giving priorities the way I thought. The one thing that I just wanted, you mentioned waiting on the forestry program for Oregon until there was a board change. I was recalling the October retreat. And there was a little idea there that we would begin to use that as a transition, the revision as a transition tool. So it was ongoing and a way for this side of the table that we're going to continue the analogy, but just that's, I'm going to remind the board.
Fair enough.
There was that discussion.
No, I just think that's great. I overlooked that. But I do think that making sure that the new members have a voice in where we're going in the future is going to be critical.
I was going to say something on that topic. But no, I think, first I'll repeat what's been said. Obviously, climate change is the overarching priority and issue here. But in terms of the forest program for Oregon, I think that maybe a little bit more iterative, nuanced process here that, frankly, I think, be it dashboard or be it a little bit of work on some work on indicators. It doesn't have to be a finished product. I don't even think you need much board input, but to go back there and to take some of these quantifiable trend lines and immediately have something so that by the time this is not a completed product, but there is something that's immediately useful to new board members as well as existing board members. But otherwise, so that would be, to me, that would be step one in the process. And then the process really then goes through the rest of stages and with new board members involved before we complete it.
And I would say the climate issue is the top priority. And I think Peter asked this question because it is a hard question to ask to force people to this, no matter how you look at where these issues rank. But it's increasingly a top issue in our state, and it's one that forestry needs to be connected to. And then I would agree that the refresh, which I think should be a regular practice, I don't know at what period of time, but it's both preceded me and will follow me. And it's not yet, it's something that is sort of the overarching thing that we all operate under. And I think finding ways for the board to connect to that more seriously is a really good idea. And one way is through a periodic refresh.
The only thing for me is I just, with a diverse board, periodically reconfirming sort of a common playing field and touch points through that process, I think is really important. So.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to move us. Now we have till 3:15, so we have plenty of time. We have about 35 minutes to go through 4 divisions of work for over 2 years. So we've talked a lot about some things that are in Kyle's work plan, and if you can contain yourselves, I would suggest that we start with private forest and talk about non-climate related things in his work plan, and then move to state forest, then to protection, and finish up with the administrative services division. That's okay. So I will turn it over to Kylo Abraham.
Thanks, Chad. So I'll run through quickly a little bit, I guess. For the record, Kyle Abraham, Private Forest Division Chief. Run through a little bit of our draft work plan and the materials that you guys have in attachment 1. So the way we frame this up is existing work. We have what we talked about this morning, Siskiyou Streamside Protection Review. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail because we spent a good portion of the morning talking about this, but just to remind you, the next steps for this work include the sufficiency review alignment with DEQ, the expanded literature review for stream temperature and desired future condition, possibly some data collection options, working with the advisory committee, and now contextual information around climate change. We're planning for a sufficiency decision based on the expanded literature review in July of 2020. That's reflected in there. I don't know if you can see all of that, but the large D is considered a final decision item. Small D's are preceding decision items, sort of more business related activities, and then informational items. The Western Oregon Streamside Protection Review is ongoing. This is the continued phase of RIP stream looking at the effectiveness of FPA rules at meeting large wood and desired future condition objectives. And our goals here are to support the board in making a decision on the sufficiency of those rules for small and medium fish streams in Western Oregon. Again, to achieve the goals for large wood recruitment and the stand structure component of desired future condition. You may remember the presentation in September, sort of an overview of where we're at with the data analysis in that program. Next steps include finalizing that data analysis, completing a systematic literature review, and modeling analysis. And I apologize, in your materials and on the board, we've got a plan for what is on here is March of 2021. That should be actually early 2022. So we'll make that change when we bring back the completed work plan. Okay. We're correct. Yep. I think I gave some of my staff a heart attack when they saw that. So. Also in the existing work category, and these are two things that were sort of added to our work plan over the past couple of years. Forest Practice Act policy review for specified resource site rule analysis, both for marbled murrelets and now for coho salmon. I'll just mention a little bit about our upcoming sort of next steps with the marbled murrelets is to gather input from stakeholders using a facilitator, help identify the preferred resource site, determination and protection strategies, and that input will be summarized and provided to the board in planning for an informational update to the board in November of 2020. We also have a similar process that we just began for coho, salmon, and again, our objectives are outlined in statute. I'm not going to go through all that right now. We're currently working with our sister agency, ODF&W, on some of their inventory information and thinking through a process on how to define the resource site to help us firmly establish what the inventory would be. And we are tentatively planning for a July information update on our progress on that project. And then thanks to your decision earlier this morning on the consent agenda, we had some draft rule language for wildlife food plots that is moving through, well, we'll now move through the Secretary of State process. We'll seek public comment throughout the spring with a plan to come to you in July with the final rules and have those rules possibly effective in September of 2020. So that's on a.
Kyle, is there a projected date for decisions on the murrelet and the coho?
We had, I think we had 2 years in the material that we presented to you in November. Part of that, as we get further out on this work plan, becomes a little bit fuzzy, so we didn't put in specific dates yet. And then just as you guys are aware that have been on the board for a while, we have a number of regular board updates that we provide to you, and I won't go through all of those, but there is a fair amount of work that goes into that for staff and then also for some of your advisory committees with the Committee for Family Forest Lands and Regional Forest Practice Committees. So that summarizes our existing work. I mean, those are things that are actively underway. Next up are potential topics, and some of the feedback that we received through the October retreat and since then relate to the implementation study. And Peter talked a little bit this morning about the plan for the backward-looking review with Dr. Groom on the previous versions of the compliance audit. So I'll actually need to adjust those green boxes forward a little bit. The thing that we'll still need to get some prioritization and input from you all is what are the outcomes from that protocol review and development, and there could be some next steps. And right now that's to be determined. We don't have a idea of what those could be or what our approach would be for resolving that. So I just want to flag that a little bit. And then we also have the reforestation module. So at the same time, we're kind of looking at the existing, the previous work, we still have this phase where we're looking forward with a review from OSU, their statistics for natural resources group as another element of the implementation study. And so one of the things where we have some uncertainty a little bit is if the results from the backwards looking review and the forward looking review come up with different approaches or different strategies, we may want to pause a little bit and align those two things before we move forward. So there is some work that we need to do internally so that we're not doing something that is in disalignment with another process or another information. So there's two elements there. Specified resource site policy review. We've talked about this a little bit in relation to the petitions that we've received. And, you know, every time we receive a petition and we have work to do, that sort of slows our ability to focus on this piece. And it, there is some existing work that has been done. We have not presented it to the board yet in terms of identification of what the gaps or the different processes that could be adjusted to address what is in currently what is in statute. And if there is a different way to do business, we've been focused, you know, on the crisis of the day and trying to deal with the two petitions. So, and again, we don't have any preliminary work set for that specifically. We could bring some information about what we've done thus far later in the fall of this year, but as of right now, we've not prioritized this work based on our existing workload. And then I guess I'll actually skip the Forest Practices Act and climate change, given the feedback that we just had before. So, and then finally, landslide and public safety rulemaking process. So this process began in 2008, and we had some decisions that were, I'd say, on both for and against sort of rulemaking, and things didn't align. And then we had some budget cuts in 2009 and don't have resources with which to complete this work. So we know it's important, we know it's on the work plan, but have not prioritized that because we don't have any specific resources. This is some very special expertise that we don't have capacity for right now within the division. That's right. So we're looking for input today on how we would prioritize any of those elements, given our existing work, where those sort of fall in folks' viewpoint. So,
well, and at the last meeting, the board directed me to do the implementation study review. So we haven't incorporated that into the private forest work plan, but it's in progress. So, and but there'll be a nexus with the private forest staff and a workload with them on that.
Yeah, and I think part of that was when we drafted the materials, we didn't have alignment in terms of what just given the timing of when that decision was made to adjust what this looks like for the implementation study. So that is, you're correct, that is moving forward. And like I said, we'll have to adjust those green bars over a little bit for that review sooner.
Well, not to add to the list, it's long enough already, but in my year here, I've heard public testimony several times about concerns over aerial spraying and also concerns around clear cutting on certain places. Maybe it relates to the landslide issue, I'm not sure. Have those issues been considered in the past and resolved, or are those outstanding issues that we need to be considering in the future?
I guess I'm not sure what you mean by resolved. I mean, we have
the board decisions.
Yep, Brenda.
They won't be resolved socially, but I guess is there a board decision that has been made recently on those topics?
So that goes back a ways, but we did have a whole agenda topic on pesticides for a period of time, and there is some good documentation on whose authority it is. And we don't really have authority to directly regulate pesticides. That lies with ODA. I'm going to do a hybrid, and it's been a long time since I talked about it. What we do is have resource protections above and beyond the licensing and the use and approval to protect resources and, you know, forest resources under the Forest Practice Act. But we went through that quite a bit. The other area that we're still involved in is we did update our fern system to have better notification and access for information. And that's it seems like that's been a regular topic at the legislature in terms of advance notification. So that will likely come up. The only other authority we now have to regulate is the legislature passed a 50-foot aerial ban around occupied or schools and
Homes and schools.
Homes and schools. And so now we do have the authority to regulate sort of human health around that. But again, it's one of these things where we're coordinated as natural resource agencies. We have protocol, but so there's been a lot of work on pesticides. I don't know. I don't think there's a regulatory policy question there, but it'd be good if we.
Yeah. So I might offer just a
If I could maybe sort of add in, interestingly enough, that was sort of the comment that I was going to add back to you as one of the handoffs, because I think that board discussion you're talking about preceded my joining the board. So it's over 8 years ago. And it has been something that during my tenure on the board, we have consistently heard from the public on. And I don't think we have had a board discussion, at least during my tenure, that dealt with sort of where do we or don't we have authority? Where do we or don't we have an potential interest that may cause the board to consider asking for a legislative change of authority? You know, it's an issue that I just sort of as a handoff to those of you that are on that side of the table, I can guarantee you will continue to hear about, and at least in the last 8 years, we have not grappled with in any substantive way on the board.
I was going to say, it may be appropriate for us to, take a little delay on that issue, since it's quite possible it's going to be on the November ballot in an initiative that will deal specifically with the herbicide issue, as well as there may be some sort of compromise between the two sides on the battling initiative possibilities. So I think there's maybe the appropriate thing to do is just stay tuned for a while on that particular issue.
So maybe I'll just add a couple of things there. So we're continuing to do some work within our electronic notification system. We have had some public interest in carving out a certain way in how operations are notified, so people can have that information and not an entire suite of information that they do not wish to have. So that's underway. And then part of the work that we've been doing with the water quality pesticide management team, which includes Department of Environmental Quality, Department of Ag, OHA, we've been looking at pesticide detections in water that come off of forest land, and recently completed a report in the South Yamhill, which is not too far from here, on some of those results. So we could consider how we could get that information to the board so you can take a look at that.
Thank you, Kyle. I was just trying to be responsive to the testimonies that I've been hearing over the last year.
Thank you.
Kyle, just curious how the two implementation studies would influence the sort of the board update on forest practices monitoring report, and sort of how you see that happening in this biennium.
Good question. So I think part of it depends on where we're at with those two versions. There are lots of other things that would be coming to the board with that informational update. We would just have to see where we're at with the two different phases, two different elements.
Okay.
But we would still consider if that would be valuable to the board to have in September, or if that's a different form, such as a consent agenda. So.
Okay.
For that.
All right, and then, I mean, I would just, I don't know whether you've got appetite for any of these things on the potential topics, but I would just say that I think that exploring the specified resource sites policy review struck me when we talked about it as something important to try to get ahead of these issues.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted, we bring a lot of issues to you guys, and then so it's noticeable to me when you bring issues to us that could involve a lot of work. And so I also wanted to mention, or maybe you could talk a little bit more about the landslide issue, since that's not one that's come up in my time on the board in any significant way. Do you see significant risk for the department right now and not moving forward with that in whatever would be an appropriate timeline, and what would that be?
I think you could say that. I mean, there is some risk that we've got knowing that it's there and we haven't addressed it in 11 years. So yeah, we could think about that in terms of priority. I don't know how we would, if we had that conversation, then what would we?
Talk a little bit more about what that risk is.
It's to public safety. And so this deals with the intermediate public safety risk on high landslide hazard locations.
Because there was a change related to rapidly moving landslides with houses, and so there was that rule change. So this is beyond that.
That's correct.
Right. Yeah.
And so we have requested those resources every biennium. And we, yeah. Just check, yeah. So Lena would have done it last year. So, and we have not been successful in getting the capacity to do the analysis. Depending on, and I think that's an interesting discussion, and perhaps we can follow up on the risk. And
I was going to say, in the essence of time, maybe we could have sort of an offline conversation about what that looks like.
Okay.
Shaking your head at me. I think we're moving to state forests.
For the record, my name is Liz Dent, and I serve as a State Forest Division Chief. We have 2 items in progress, and you all are intimately familiar with this work, so I think this could go pretty quickly as far as walking through how we think it's going to play out this year. In this table I have up on the screen, there's a red asterisk with the yellow fill in that cell. So that's new. I don't think that's in your board book, and I'll get to that in a minute here. Oh, it is. Okay. Well, there you go. So as you know, we've been working simultaneously on a forest management plan to improve conservation and financial outcomes, as well, and considering that work in the context of using a take avoidance approach to comply with the ESA, while we have also been working on a habitat conservation plan, which you all know is a programmatic compliance tool. We also have been talking pretty consistently now for about the past 6 months to a year that we know that were we to move forward, were you to direct us to move forward with the HCP, that we need a companion forest management plan. So a lot of planning processes going on. And this year, we see all of those kind of intersecting in a couple of really important decisions that you all will be making. So I will start, and so it's kind of awkward to separate these because they relate to each other, but so be it. That's how tables work, I guess. So in terms of the habitat conservation plan, lowercase I in April, and that's just a standard update for you all to let you know the progress that's been made, how it's going with stakeholders. You're used to those updates now. You had one in November, so it'll just be a little bit farther along at that point. Obviously, another information item in July, again, an update. And then in October, we've talked quite a bit about this, that this is an important decision point for you to decide if you want us to continue working on the HCP or not. I'm showing it as a lowercase d because the ultimate decision, the really sort of big time decision, isn't until farther out in 2022, where you would actually decide if that is, the policy that you want us to use to manage these forest lands. And that's because in October, that decision is if you want us to continue moving into the NEPA process. So that is sort of the rhythm for the habitat conservation plan in the year to come. I guess I didn't call out the years. Clearly this year is the October decision. Once we started into NEPA, there's a long time period, about 1.5 years is what we're thinking for us to get through all of that. But clearly keeping you updated along the way. In terms of the companion forest management plan, and it is related to the FMP work we're doing, but I'll just talk about it real quickly here, is were you to tell us to move forward with an HCP and go into NEPA, then we will be working on that companion forest management plan. And with an information item here in June of 2021. What we're trying to do here, which, I think Kyle mentioned as you get into the out years, probably be careful about, is this going to be the actual exact month or not? But the intention here is to set the board up such that when the time comes for a final decision on the habitat conservation plan, we've got a companion forest management plan that will have gone through the Secretary of State formal rulemaking process. And so that's why we're going to be trying to get it moving here, and we have a good head start, I'd say, given the FMP work, if that's how we move forward. And then we'd be able to bring to you in November of 2021. NEPA process is still going, but we would have this draft companion FMP for you to look at. If you like what you see, we go into formal rulemaking, which takes about 6 months. So then we'd be coming back to you in June of 2022 with, ideally, should you have told us to continue working on an HCP, we would have an HCP that successfully went through the NEPA process with an agreement with the services, and then companion forest management plan that goes with it. And those would align in time and work with each other for the responsible management of state forests. I'll move to the next one here and then take questions. Oops, oh, drat. Gave up my little animation. Okay, so in terms of the draft revised forest management plan that's designed to work with take avoidance, we've been working diligently to get a draft together. Since December, well, actually starting in September, we held a public workshop to talk about measurable outcomes that are in the plan, captured all of that, implemented some edits based on what we heard, incorporated that into the draft revised forest management plan that then hit the streets in December. In December, we held a public meeting. We held a meeting with State Forest Advisory Committee. We went over the plan with the Forest Trust Lands Advisory Committee. And upon invitation from Clatsop County Commissioner, we actually did a special meeting in Astoria as well. All of these were really to introduce the folks to the plan and recognizing they needed more time to look at it. We're holding a meeting in, I was gonna say in January, but it is January, January 14th, which I guess sounds like next week. As a follow-up, people will have had a chance to read it, and we can hopefully, they'll have more questions that we can work on. So I say all that because what we'll be doing in April is bringing you that draft with any edits that we have incorporated from that public input. And if there are comments that we got that we weren't able to incorporate, we'll be able to explain why. So that's a full day session. I think you all have your meetings on your calendar. So that ends up being a 2-day meeting for y'all in April, with the second day being just focused on the forest management plan. We'll walk through it with you, walk through the public comment. And the notion there is characterized as a lowercase I information item. The vision that we've got there, as per the conversation you all had in November, is at that point we would put the forest management plan on the side burner while we wait for the HCP work to kind of catch up, if you will. Which then takes us out to this place where stuff really starts coming together. So in October of this year, should you decide that, yes, you want us to pursue the habitat conservation plan, then our work on the draft forest management plan is sort of takes a diversion, and we at that point are really focusing on a companion forest management plan. And there'll be some work from the draft that we think we'll be able to incorporate. So that work is not lost, so to speak, and there'll be elements of the current forest management plan that'll likely carry over as well. We just haven't mapped that out. If, on the other hand, you were to decide that you're done, you don't want us to continue working on the HCP, then we've got this draft forest management plan that we will have gone through a fair amount of public comment on. And we'll be, I think, better situated than we were before when we had to restart. We'll be better situated to pick that up again. We'll have to revisit with the board, have that conversation around how do you want this process to go, get all aligned on that, and pick that up and work in the understanding that we would be using a take avoidance process to comply with the ESA. And then it just points out in time. I don't really know what the check-in dates and stuff would be if we were to pick up the forest management plan again. So that's our story. It's only 2 items, but it's quite a bit of work. I think you all know that. The conversations around collaboration with other agencies were great for us to hear from the division. We are working very closely with our state and federal sister agencies on all of this, as well as some of the muralette stuff that's been coming together for ODFW. There were a couple things that came out of the October retreat that I'll hit on really quickly. One of them was asking that we revive, if you will, our recreation education interpretation POP and get a fully formed POP for the full session. You heard from James the timing of that. We're not there today, but message received, and we're prepared to do that. And the other thing was that we coordinate with external stakeholders on a forest transfer bill. You heard from testimony today what's happening there. We are not carrying that bill, but we have been collaborating with the folks to make sure they kind of understand our perspectives and we know where they're coming from. Those were the main things I think that came out of October. So I will stop talking and take any questions.
I'd like to, this isn't a question, it's really a comment, but and I say this after both testimony we heard this morning and also advice we heard from our lawyers with respect to moving forward on both the HCP and the state forest plan. But I want to make it clear that I think that you should be continuing on the path that you are on. I'm hoping others, if Cindy has talked about stuff she hopes gets done while she's still here, this is one I hope gets done also, realizing some of the decisions are much further out. But I think it's important that you move forward on this path, utilizing the current GPV configuration as a basis for your work. And again, I say that being mindful of the litigation and also of the advice that we have received from counsel. If others have a different perspective, I'd invite that as well.
I can agree with that completely. Thank you, Tom.
I do too.
I concur as well, and I think you've done a very good job of laying out the relationship of the work pending our potential future decision. But I think I think it's a good approach and support it entirely.
And I hope it's also clear that you continue the work that you're doing with partners and stakeholders in this process, because I think that's vital to it. But we need you to keep moving forward.
Thank you. It's good to have the clarity that this policy work is being conducted in accordance with our current mandate. So thank you for that.
So yeah, I also appreciate what you've laid out and support it. And just one question: does the work plan or the schedule depend on any new grants coming in, or is this with the existing funding that you have?
There are pending grants coming in, but regardless, we are prepared to move forward with current funding, whether they come in or not.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Liz. We're going to move to fire protection. Ron?
Good afternoon, Chair Emerson, members of the board, State Forester Doherty. What I'm going to begin today for you all with the Fire Protection Division work plan is what's not on the work plan. What's not on the work plan any longer is the smoke management review and the rules update. Some of you got involved with that towards the end and some from the very beginning. And as you started your conversation today and talked about collaborative processes, I think that was a great example of Oregon Health Authority, Department of Environmental Quality, Oregon Department of Forestry, and many stakeholders taking a lot of time, but necessary time for a really good outcome. So thank you for that. So as I said, that is a big project that is removed off of our work plan. And what you're really left with is our ongoing annual topics, the first of which are statutorily required. And that is when we come to the board in June with the district budgets from all the forest protection associations and subsequently the per rate acre assessments for your approval. June is really the big month for the fire division. So it's our pre-season fire look to show that we are ready for the upcoming fire season. So additionally, with that decision item for you all, we review letters from the Forest Protective Association to the State Forester. That is, in a sense, some of their after action review, if you would, and recommendations to the department going forward. And also, I think normally included, depending on timing, is the response letters from the State Forester back to those associations. And then lastly, in June is the fire season report category, which that's really the pre-fire season look on readiness. The budget's being approved, where we stand as far as readiness and training and hiring of seasonal firefighters for the upcoming fire season. The remainder of our items that you see, those all come up as needed and include appointments for the Emergency Fire Cost Committee and reappointing members when necessary as well. And you confirmed an appointment today in your consent agenda item. Another one is approving Forest Protection Association agreements. Currently, all of those are up to date, but we do from time to time, depending on changes, update those Forest Protection Association agreements and bring those to you guys. And then lastly, the Rangeland Protection Association, new formations or changes to their boundaries is another item that, as needed periodically, we would bring in front of the board. So maybe even perhaps a little bit more simpler than State Forest, and this is the simple side of the table, I guess. We've kind of cleared the slate for what we anticipate and want to be responsive to is what comes out of the Governor's Council on Wildfire Response and the short session in February and then the long session the following year. And so that's how we're organized to be responsive to that. We didn't put any anticipated dates, as you see, what month we might have to deal with that, but it could be fairly substantial. I will say the ongoing work plan keeps us fairly busy. It's very routine, but occasionally, even in a fire season, like back in, I think it was 2017 when we took over the board meeting and it was purely just a fire update. and that happens on a very rare occasion, thankfully. So, with that, that is what we are anticipating for the next couple of years with our interaction with the board.
Yeah. Just one quick observation. I think this year, and I know in past years, we've also heard a fire season update at our November board meeting, and that might be something you actually want to put in as a standard default. In light of climate change, we seem to have an extended fire season, and we may need to hear from you pretty consistently past September on fire season updates.
Correct, that has happened on occasion already, and I actually had made that note that depending on the fire season, we might be back in November as well. Hopefully not January, still talking about the fire season. Right.
Any other questions for Ron? Okay, Sabrina for Administrative Services Division.
All right. Welcome. I'm Sabrina Perez, Senior Strategy Manager for the Administrative Branch. I'm filling in for Bill Herbert today. In the recognition of time and where we're at on this topic, I will probably condense my presentation to pretty much listening to your feedback and where we've responded and incorporated changes to these processes. As most of our administrative processes consist of a 2-year biennial cycle and annual reporting mechanisms that help with our engagement in both the legislature and executive branches of government. So skipping over the legislative concepts and budget development, as those are regular intervals, a piece where we have adjusted to incorporate your feedback from the October planning retreat is in your board governance best practices self-evaluation. As you'll see in your work plan on pages 9 through 12, we've attached an appendix that is an evaluation form to basically request your feedback. Potentially, we're proposing to request this feedback through the month of January, and then take this feedback back into a comprehensive summary that we would present to you in March on your consent agenda at this time. And if there is no further discussion needed related to any proposed changes that you all have in your evaluation criteria, we would then initiate that through approval of the criteria at your April meeting. And so that's been a slight adjustment. And really this criteria has not been reviewed since 2007, other than the regular ongoing feedback that you've been providing through your October retreat. So this is an opportunity for you to shape this to be your own before you engage in the annual survey period. So that would be a change that we would be proposing, and to get into that before the survey cycle, we would be looking to send that to you via email and receive individualized feedback through January. And I recognize that this is prior to board work plan approval decisions occurring in March, but we do want to be responsive and incorporate your feedback where possible.
Any questions on that? Understanding that we're actually trying to do some work before it's formally approved by the board to be responsive to the board. Would this be useful to send a follow-up email to you with this form? So if you had changes in instructions, then we could get the feedback by, would that be useful? Great, thanks.
Thank you.
And I gather you're flexible about what kind of responses. It doesn't need to be here's language. It would be commentary that this could be strengthened. Yeah.
Absolutely. We want to adapt to your needs, and yes. Next slide, please. Okay, on the next steps, We have incorporated a review of our financial dashboard and the projected design of that. And you also see a slight shift reflected. We originally anticipated to bring that to you in March, as well as our human resources dashboard. And we are actively adjusting to current March planning needs related to your agenda, and are requesting a little bit of flexibility in the timing. We could be looking more like at an April presentation for that. And then as well, we wanted to respond to your requests for 2 new reports. One would be focused on our facilities capital management plan, as well as a report of our public information requests. And we are prepared to bring that to you. Our staff is really excited, actually, to come and bring this information to you before the board. So. Is there any feedback or any requests for further?
I have a question, I think probably for Peter. And I'm, given the ongoing reporting you're doing to Ways and Means and the importance of collecting, I think your last report said there's still 103 million in outstanding receivables, although you've invoiced for over half or about half of that, right? Should that be part of this work plan to complete that process, or?
That's a really good question that certainly in my performance evaluation, reporting to you regularly on the financial conditions are clear expectations, and I've been working with administrative services to be able to provide that. I think it's related to the financial dashboard. So I think when we bring it to the financial dashboard, you might be having questions about, is this the information that we need? I think other board members have said, well, how do we know we have the right information to evaluate whether we're prompt or keeping up? And one of the specific products of the MGO work will be recommendations to DAS about the information that we provide on a regular basis to the Board of Forestry to keep you in the loop.
Right.
So I'm not sure I'm getting at what you say, but
it strikes me that beyond reporting to us, there's significant work being done to improve systems and put in place some additional capacity to address the aged AR, right? And the challenges that multiple large fire seasons created. And it seems like it's significant work. It's also something that's attracted a lot of scrutiny. And to be able to show that, we're addressing it with our work plan, we've deployed resources and time to address that, seemed to make sense to me. But.
No, I appreciate that now that I understand what you're asking. And I think maybe a report both from fire protection and administrative division on just an informational update on the steps that they've taken. And then perhaps, an update on what we're hearing from MGO is what I think you're suggesting, and then do it at a public board meeting so that we get it on the record that the board, so.
And not just that the board, right? That you and the department
are doing,
That there's progress.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. I was missing that. I was thinking, what's the policy question? That's the way I always, but no, thank you. Is that, do you have any concerns, Ron? You think?
No. No, I love it. It was actually part of what I was prepared to elaborate on related to the financial dashboard. So, yeah.
Okay, so only a few minutes over on that item. And so I'll just sum it up by saying we run half the marathon on work plans in terms of getting them approved. The next half of the marathon is in March. And so keep up your training, and we'll be back at getting final approval for these work plans in March. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
We have, yeah, do you want to take a quick break before our last item? Okay, so we'll break until 3:30. That's a little.
9 minutes?
Yeah. I'm just trying to stay away.
Is that intentional?
No, I didn't.
I kept looking over there and thinking, Neil's
Yeah,
pretty tall guy, and he's a pretty tall guy,
yeah.
but you were about, a foot lower.
Yeah, I need it.
You do.
Yeah.
So call-in option would be ideal for you.
Yes, but I need to. Yes, I could do a phone call.
Okay, so I'll just let him know that you'll be East Coast time. Okay.
Sure.
Congratulations on your 4 years of service. Pretty good. I wanted to be. Correct.
It's not perfect yet, but it's very close. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
We're ready. Wherever Joe is. There's Joe. Okay, we'll come back together for our last public item today, which is the 2021 legislative concepts step. So,
thanks.
Chad?
Yeah, thanks again, Chair Imeson. I think I have to say again for the record, Chad Davis, Director of Partnership and Planning Program. And apparently I'm the process guy today. So I'm back before you with a draft topic or a legislative concept topic that is draft. And again, you will be sought approval of legislative concepts that the department moves forward into the process in March. So this is the first viewing and airing of them in this type of setting. Again, we did talk about these kind of more generally at the October retreat. So the legislative concepts for February 2021, not February 2020. So yes, almost a year ahead. It's amazing to me, and I think to a lot of the folks around here, how fast this comes at us again after we just feel like sometimes we just finished the previous session. So we have, I've described them as kind of 1.5 legislative concepts in the package. I'll talk about the one in particular, and then you've already heard a little bit of discussion around different tools around Board of Forestry lands, and Brian's here to kind of talk about the other ideas that are also in the packet as they relate particularly to the State Forest Program and the Board of Forestry lands. The primary one that is, again, for those of you that are going through this for the first time, is a biennial bill that we carry, we introduce, or we seek to get introduced every year, is the Forest Products Harvest Tax Bill. That is a bill that establishes the privilege tax per 1,000 board feet on the harvesting of timber. And then there are roughly 5 recipients of those that tax, and it is defined in 4 of those are defined in statute what the actual rate is. 2 of those recipients are accounts here at the Department of Forestry. 2 of them are at Oregon State University. And then the 5th recipient is the Oregon Forest Resource Institute. That is not, the rate for OFRI is not set by the legislature through this bill process. But the funding for OFRI does come through the Forest Products Harvest Tax. So the 2 specific that come to the Department of Forestry, one of one of the rates changes every biennium, and that is the rate that funds 40% of the implementation of the Forest Practices Act within the private forest division. And then there's also a contribution from the harvest tax that goes to the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund. And that rate is set in statute and doesn't change. So the bill that we generally work through the governor's office and eventually through legislative council goes in with blanks in the rates. It's kind of an interesting concept, and we have to explain it a lot of times to different legislative staff. Why has this got a blank in it? It's really a complicated process that the department's involved in terms of setting that rate at the kind of the tail end of session around what the forecasted timber harvest is going to be over the next 2 years, in conjunction with what the legislature is allocating to implement the Forest Practices Act. So it's kind of, and then the rate is basically from there, it's a simple math equation to fill 40% of the implementation of the Forest Practices Act. That particular rate, and I believe both at OSU, also sunset every biennium. And so the bill does two things. It changes the rate, but it also effectively extends the tax or reinstitutes the tax. Without this bill, that tax would go away if we don't carry it. Not just that the rate would change, that the actual tax would go away relative to funding implementation of the forest products. The FPA. So it's really a bill that's most of primary importance to the private forest division. However, it's a big chunk of the department's budget as well, critical function. And so, and I've been around for a few enough sessions now, they let me actually talk about it, where generally we like to have the divisions up here talking about their particular policy pieces. Any questions on the forest products harvest tax? Okay. I think I'll turn it over to Brian to talk about the state forest pieces that are in the staff report.
Yeah, thanks, Chad. Members of the board, Brian Pugh. I serve as the policy deputy for the State Forest Division. And while Chad's talking about a tax bill, and tax bills aren't controversial in Oregon, I'm talking about a land bill and a concept we have here. And a little bit of background of why we're moving forward on legislative concepts is for several years now, we've been working on business improvements in state forests to be more efficient and effective and recognize kind of the modern times of forestry that we're in. And we've done many things in that categories. Along the way, we've done a couple of legislative concepts that turned into law because we needed more legal authority. And so the most recent ones were clarifying our contracting authorities, and what that did is allow us to sell timber in different ways than we had in the past, and we got that in the 2015 session, I believe, which was a good business change. The other business change we did, a legislative concept that we brought for this board and then moved into the legislative session was successful, was on big commercial events on state forest, and what we were doing there was trying to stop raves and other illegal parties and keggers on state forest. So it was more of a public safety thing that we did, but it was really good business for us and it has helped curb that problem. So this one's been in the queue for a while, but we've paused on it just because of other workloads, and we're bringing it forward now. And really what it is around expanding our authorities on selling and trading and transferring lands. And current authorities, for background, is we have the ability to do land trades and trade lands. And that has served us well in the past. In the 70s and 80s, there was lots of federal and private partners that are willing to trade. But in recent times, it's been really difficult to find willing partners to trade lands with on a large scale. So when you think about what we're talking about here, we're talking about a very small percentage of our landscape, and where we have isolated parcels or we have interior parcels that we do not own. And some of those interior parcels are owned by the Department of State Lands, and we manage them now. We can't always know that we're going to manage them into the future. We saw that on the Elliott. And so one way that these tools could help us is to get more ownership, to make sure we have the right access, to make sure we have maintain the kind of interior conservation habitat that we have. And really just, we would be looking to divest of smaller isolated parcels that don't add a lot of value in the terms of greatest permanent value. So when we think about those authorities, and then in 2009, when we purchased the Gilcrest, we did get the authority to sell lands, anything we had acquired after 2009. And so as you may recall, this board did authorize a sale of a piece of the Gilcrest to the Crescent Sanitation District. And that was clearly a good community investment, a good environmental investment, and we had that ability to do it, which was really good. But it was really unique, and since the Gilcrest is the only place we have the authority to sell lands right now. So thinking in that whole context and thinking about our future, we do want to move forward on a concept that gives us more tools. And some of those tools we want to consider and vet and talk with the counties about and work with all stakeholders to get input in is around conservation easements and the ability to have those on our lands. And we do have a conservation easement on about 3,000 acres of land on the Gilcrest. We bought those lands with the conservation easement on there, so we know we can manage lands with conservation easement, but we don't have the authority to do that on our other lands. Another one would be to sell those isolated parcels, sell some small parcels with the ability to buy. The idea we would buy other parcels with it. So that would be that. And then the transfer idea where we would transfer the mandate there to something other than greatest permanent value and still be able to manage the land as the Department of Forestry, or to be able to transfer the lands to another local entity, maybe a tribe, maybe a community forest, a county forest, or another state agency. And so those are the wide range of concepts we're thinking about. As Chad said, you know, we sit here today in January of 2020, and this would be in the 21 session. Thank you. So we have a lot of time to think and work on that, and you know, get some ideas and put them forward and draft them. But that's at this time what we've got is kind of that broad scoping and those additional tools so we can kind of optimize the management of that. But it is important to remember, we're talking about a very small percentage of the landscape that we were trying to work on. So yeah, with that, I'll take questions or comments.
Yeah, and Brian, the kind of flexibility seems positive, although, and you talk about small parcels, but when you begin to talk about conservation easements, you could begin to start talking about larger. I mean, how would that align with the HCP? Have you thought through that? How that might, with the HCP process and so on?
Yes, we have, and we've talked with our experts who've testified before you about how that works. And one of the things about the conservation easement, because we have one on the Gilcrest, I just want to clarify, it would still be in the context of greatest permanent value. And so as an example, the one on the Gilcrest is 3,000 acres out of the tens of thousands that we have over there, and it provides conservation there in line with greatest permanent value. And we can still harvest on those parcels on the Gilcrest with the conservation easement on there. So I want to be really clear when we talk about conservation easements, it's still under the greatest permanent value mandate. Specific to the good question around the habitat conservation plan, essentially, if we go forward and get that agreement with the services, we are putting a lot of property into conservation already. So a conservation easement coupled with an HCP would only be purchasing, if you will, the timber rights on the harvestable acres. And so it would purchase essentially the timber rights, not the other areas that we've already committed to conservation under the HCP. And in that appraisal process, we would definitely, again, my thinking would be we would get current and future values of timber harvest on those acres. And again, we want to be talking with the counties about it, but clearly we have a mandate to distribute revenues to the counties, and so they would take the majority share as they do off of timber sales is how I'm thinking about it now.
I just encourage you to continue dialogue with the counties in this. Obviously, it's very important to them. I just encourage that, Brian, to continue that dialogue.
Yep, thank you.
And we do have some public testimony also for this round. So, other questions?
Brian, you know, as somebody who manages a ranch that's a checkerboard of BLM and private land, I understand the advantages of blocking things up. Of course, the devil will always be in the details. But can you tell us really quickly, you said that trading program used to work and it no longer works well. Can you explain why?
Yeah, and this is kind of my experience of being in the industry for about 20 years, is that historically the federal land managers had a more active trading program. And so the Forest Service, the BLM, it was easier to trade with and they were actively managing and that worked better. And they have changed their focus and not been as willing to partners on there. And so that's one side of the equation. Then on the other side, on the private industry side, with the kind of business model change to REITs and TIMOs, they're more, I'd say, efficient and nimble and less willing to go through a 2 or 3 year process on a land trade, because it is a long process to go through a land trade with appraisals, and I think there's 12 steps. And so those are the two things there.
Other comments? Okay. Thank you, and stick around in case we need to call you back.
That's right.
Commissioner Yamamoto.
So thank you for the second opportunity to address you today. I know most of you are probably tired of hearing from me, but I just wanted to make another comment here and reiterate how important we feel it is to be able to work with the department, to work with the environmental groups, to work with the forestry industry. And the Council of Forest Trust Land Counties would be extremely willing to try to come to an agreement on how we can put together this type of a proposal for the department to come up with a land transfer concept. The current LC 64 that you have seen to us is very problematical. And again, we had an agreement where we thought we were going to move forward on a work group, and that didn't happen. But we really would like to put together a work group and work with all parties involved. We feel we could come to an agreement on something that would work for everyone. And we feel that's an important way to move forward here. So unless you have any questions.
Well, let me just ask Brian, is that part of the process that you're describing as well?
See, Brian, I told you shouldn't have left.
We like sitting next to each other.
There you go.
That's good. So the LC, I got to look at my notes. LC.
Well, I think Commissioner is talking about the 2020 short session.
2021 short session and working with the department, yes.
Yeah, and we had Liz and I and the other division staff had this legislative concept that we wanted to bring to you and have this discussion today, and then set it up for the 21 session. Along the way, things happen, and we found out early in November that in the short session, a forced transfer bill that had previously been seen in 2019 was coming very quickly. And so after hearing at the October retreat that there was support from the board to work on a transfer concept, we have been collaborating on that transfer bill, and we do still expect to see it in the short session. I know when I heard about it kind of as a rumor, I reached out to the FTLAC and said that I hear the rumor, and we've worked collaboratively with the drafters of that bill to get some kind of technical and conceptual changes in there. But we are not, as a department, leading that bill, and we've been trying to collaborate on it to get it as good as possible if it does move forward for us.
But the process, I guess my question is, what happens in 2020 is coming up soon. But the process you described of, collaboration and the process that Commissioner Yamamoto also discussed seem fairly compatible. And I guess I'm just confirming that if this is headed to 2021, that the process that you are describing and reaching out to various partners and stakeholders will continue.
Absolutely, it'll continue, and it will be affected by what happens in the short session for sure. And what I'm trying to clarify is that process for 21, what we're talking to you about today, is in control of the department, right, the board and stuff. And what is not in our control, but we are trying to influence, is that bill in the short session.
Right. Perfect.
Any
Thank you. Thank you so much again for your time.
All right. I'd like to thank everybody for joining us today, the staff, the board, and the members of the public and FTLAC who participated. The board now will have an executive session pursuant to ORS 192-6602I for the purpose of reviewing the state forester's annual performance. No decision will be made, and the meeting will adjourn upon its conclusion. So we'll head back over to this